Alrighty. There we go. uh, Hello, everybody. JR here with our continuing journey down our tier list here. In a little bit of a last time moment. In our last video, we went through what was it? Book 3 and 4 of the main Life is Strange comics. So we're closing in on the end of the comics, and then from there, we should be able to rank the rest of the comic book characters and comic book variations of characters. So that is definitely that. Definitely a lot of important things happened in the previous version, the previous episode. So there was definitely a lot going on there. Um, so with our any further ado, we will jump into book 5. So that way we can um, see if we can get through the last couple of books here and be able to rank the characters, which, to be honest, especially since I uh, like read these comics and stuff before, I'm pretty confident where most of these characters are most likely going to go. But obviously, we're discussing and breaking them down, so that way when it comes time for me to put these characters in their spots, it's pretty clear like why I would put them there, especially with very clear examples and stuff that I'm showing and saying. So, all right. Whoops. Let me move this over. There we go. Now I can see everything here. All right. So we do that. Also, with the little recap here, the biggest thing that we left off on with the previous books was Tristan being in the original timeline now and hanging out with original timeline Chloe and whatnot, and getting to know her, explaining everything that has been going on up until that point to Chloe, and both timelines with Max and Chloe figuring out their plans and stuff, and how they're going to try to get Max back to the original timeline. And we got a little hint of that because at the end of the fourth book, we had Tristan show up back in the Rachel timeline, and then Max accidentally rewound time before she realized Tristan was there, and he got dumped back into the original timeline all over again. So now they need to, well Tristan needs to figure out how the fuck he even was able to get there in the first place. Um and also, the big important thing at the end of the book was the reveal that Pixie actually has powers of some kind, because she was able to see Tristan when he's um, when he's invisible, because he had an issue where his powers were active and he couldn't turn them off, and he was desperately trying to get everyone's attention uh, to try to stop them from getting into a car accident. Thankfully, Pixie was able to prevent them from getting into a car accident um, because she was able to stop before the tree that falls and caused the accident falls, so they were able to avoid it. And then Tristan was still in his power, with his powers not working properly, but Pixie was able to see him even though everyone else couldn't see or hear him. So that's pretty much where the fourth book left off. So now we're gonna find out what's Pixie's deal, what power she has, how her powers work, and all that stuff. Um, so here we go with chapter one. Was this the? Hold on, this was the COVID book, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Okay. Yes, it was. Okay. All right. I just had to double check on the physical uh comic real quick, because I was like, because one of these books was the issues were released during COVID, so there was like, obviously, like, when everything was getting delayed and everything because of it, the release of the comic issues were also delayed. So what they ended up doing was, this book technically only has two chapters in it, but because of the delays, each of those chapters is pretty much like two issues in one. So these chapters are like double the length. So So yeah, if as we're going through this and you notice that we finished the book in 2 chapters, that's the reason why. So there you go. So without further ado, let's start chapter 1. Yet again, love these covers, by the way. All right. So we immediately jump to a flashback here of Pixie relaying how she got her powers and what her powers are. So, pretty much, she got her powers when she was 10 years old by nearly getting hit by a car. So she had like a pretty much like a near death experience, and that was the moment where she unlocked her powers without realizing it. Because as we will discover, her powers are not something that is um, extremely noticeable. So pretty much, um, we have like a little example here um, that she never that Pixie never put much thought into her having powers because since she got them as a kid, she pretty much assumed that everyone else kind of had it, so she never really questioned that um, it was something special, pretty much. So, so here we go. Here's pretty much the little explanation that she gives of what her powers are. So her power is she can see um, different possibilities of pretty much like different choices, and she pretty much can feel and see those different choices pretty much. So like the little example that they kind of show off here is, as you can see here, is she's holding this teacup, right? Well, tea kettle. She's holding the tea kettle, and you see this apparition of her with the tea kettle smashed on the ground, and it's pretty much visualizing that Pixie is seeing another one of the different possibilities in the different universe. Hey, try. How's it going? Big hug. Big hug. See, you give the hug emoji, and I'm giving you the symbolic hug through the screen. Okay. Hey, hey. Um. Let's see. How do I? Okay, that makes no sense, but okay. Oop, whoops. How the? Oh, that is not what I wanted. Oh, okay. Yeah, there it is. All right. Hey, chilling and watching and eating pizza. That's good. That's good. That's good. There we go. Okay. Um. All right. But yeah. So as yeah, yeah. As I said, as you say, the e hug. There you go. Hmm. uh. So pretty much, Pixie, as I said, sees the different possibilities. Like with the teacup, yeah, I see that. On a 5 stream win streak try, there you go. it's like a it's like Killer Instinct over here. You're going for a combo breaker. um but yeah, with the little example she gave here with the tea kettle, she sees a possibility, um, of a different, of pretty much like a different universe where she ended up dropping and breaking the tea kettle. So she's pretty much seeing that. So that's pretty much what Pixie's power is that she can see the different possibilities. Um, and I believe, um, because she talks about seeing them in dreams. So pretty much what it is that when she's dreaming, she can see them like more vividly, but obviously she can do it. She can see them when she's awake and stuff. But which is kind of like a scary thought where like every moment of every day you're constantly like seeing like different outcomes that you could have had in your life. That's kind of that's definitely a really heavy psychological like power that could really fuck with you if you're any less of a like mentally stable person, right? Plus, I don't believe, as far as we know, Pixie doesn't really. I don't believe she ever states that her power technically has an off switch. So it just seems like this is something that she deals with every single hour of every single day, constantly. Is just seeing this all the time. But yeah. Um. Okay. So. Oh, and then she says a little hint at something is because she's talking to Tristan and Chloe here. When you and Max came into my life and something changed, suddenly it wasn't just my own possibilities that I was imagining. I could see you and Max living different outcomes. Sometimes I almost believe them. So, um, So yeah, but and then Pixie says, but after the memorial, you said Max was taking some time out, and I knew you were lying. Like, which, considering Pixie's power, it would make sense that she would be the only one that would know 100% that Chloe was lying. Because if like she said, she's seeing Max's, Chloe and Max's different possibilities, then she's seeing what's going on in the Rachel timeline. So if she's kind of up to speed on what the Rachel Pixie is doing, then it's kind of obvious. It's like, okay, so, something fishy's going on over here. Um, and then Pixie continues, because I couldn't feel Max anymore, not here. I was one possibility down, um, and then this guy shows up, meaning Tristan, from nowhere, literally, and the dreams got worse and more real. And I started to taste those other possibilities. So, and Max was everywhere. So, um, and here we go. And this was actually this little lines here from Pixie towards the end really kind of hit. Um, okay, so she says, I tried to believe I was just missing my friend, and then I saw another girl, a girl I'd heard of but have never met, could never have met, but you two, you knew her, you know her, or knew her. So you tell me, why do I see Rachel Amber and how is she alive? So, and then obviously, as soon as she says that, we're going to cut to Rachel in the other timeline practicing the Shakespeare lines. But yeah, um, so yeah, this big reveal with Pixie and stuff is um pretty foreshadowed, very cleverly. Not gonna lie. Um, well, they were foreshadowing it much earlier in the books. If you're able to like catch certain things that Pixie does kind of say that allude to certain things that she knows. But obviously, they started leaning more heavily into the reveal in the last book because you saw a lot of Pixie questioning, like Tristan, being more cautious of Tristan, and being a little more suspicious of certain things that like Chloe was saying and doing sometimes. So they definitely leaned more heavily into it because now it was time to actually reveal the Pixie thing. So pretty sweet, like um and yet again, um double exposure using so many of these plot points from the comic books is really insane. um, because technically, this is also the last person in the comic book that's gonna have powers for this run. So, because here you have Tristan and you have Pixie, and then in Double Exposure, you have Safi, and then the big twist at the end of Double Exposure during the post credit scene was was the reveal that Diamond also has powers. But it's at the end of the game, so we don't know exactly what her powers are. So pretty much Safi and Diamond were pretty much Double Exposure's stand-ins for Tristan and Pixie. Pretty it pretty much makes sense as to why they had to credit the comic book creators in Double Exposure. Which is funny because funny story. Um let me go full screen real quick. I went to to New York Comic Con this year, and the artist for the Life is Strange comic books, Claudia Leonardi, was also at Comic Con again this year because she was at Comic Con last year, and I met her then. And then at Comic Con this year, she was also there, and I met her again there, and surprisingly, she actually remembered me, which was pretty heartwarming. Not gonna lie, uh, but we were discussing Double Exposure because when I met her last year, Double Exposure was coming out, and we were talking about, like, what's gonna happen in it and like stuff like that and what we were hoping for. And then this year, we were talking about what actually happened in Double Exposure. And uh, let's also just say that Claudia was also pretty disappointed by uh, by the end of Double Exposure and everything that happens, which is pretty understandable. Um, but it was funny too because I told her of, like, what did you think of the fact that Double Exposure you was using so many different points from the comic books that you and Emma did. And she was like, wait a minute, which plot points? And I literally, like, rattled off, like, all the similarities that was going on, and she was like, wow, now that you, like, lay it out and pull and, like, tell me, it's like, wow, I did not notice that when I was playing the game. and I was like yeah, it was so much that they were doing that they literally had to credit you and Emma in the credits of the game. And she was like, really? It was like I didn't catch that in the credits. And I was like, yeah. I was like, it's hard to see because you have to like really be paying attention to the credits. And I showed her a screenshot of where her name and Emma's name and everything in the credits were, and she was like, "Oh my god, I had no idea they even did that." It was pretty funny. Pretty funny. Funny little interaction. It was definitely can go into a lot more details and a lot more of the stuff, but I'll probably save that for another time when we can just have an overall like fun little discussion video maybe. But for right now, we have to continue this and try to finish all this off. All right. So now we jump back to Rachel over here in the other timeline, and oh no, she was just I think it was quoting the play that she's gonna be in, I believe. Excuse me. Anyway, she so Max and Chloe and Rachel are just doing more tourist stuff. Um, and yes, Rachel does confirm that she was quoting the play here. So I was remembering very correctly. Anyway, um, um, so they're just touring around while they're waiting for stuff. Uh, and I do love how Rachel getting upset by the guy uh trying to mansplain the play that she's actually into her, and Rachel getting upset, and Chloe giving her like a little supportive like kiss on the cheek is pretty funny. um, and then Max being obviously distracted. Um, and pretty much like being distracted by how much like the lakes in this um in this little like tourist thing look like portals and stuff. So and then Chloe still being annoyed of like Max being like, okay, we just enjoy like the tourist stuff and we don't have to always relate everything back to the whole powers thing and whatnot, Max clearly which Max clearly already knows because she immediately finishes the sentence of like, yeah, it's not all about me. And all of them finally go into the little I guess you could say exhibit because it's not like they're in a museum, but seeing the natural like scenery and stuff with the caves here, pretty cool. Um, and then they're kind of uh, yeah, Max and Chloe are kind of bouncing back and forth, even though they're having their little tense little snapping sections here, which to be fair, we're about to resolve that in a minute because immediately Rachel is already like sick of both of their shit because she points it out right here because she's like, okay, you know what? Laughing at me not getting your reference, I'll take it. I think I take that over the weird snipping between the two of you, which they both just look at each other and it's like, okay. And it's like, okay, Rachel's already getting annoyed. Um, and yeah, because now we get actually the final straw here, where Max is like, it makes us lucky, not important here. Um, there are other, and Chloe immediately interrupts, like, oh, so sorry, Max, you're right. I should consider the feelings of every other possible realities before I speak. And because obviously you can see Rachel in the background just getting really upset and pissed off already. And then she immediately just jumps in and immediately just puts both of them in their place here and says, enough. I thought you guys talked this out back in El Paso. Max, I know you're feeling guilty about Tristan, about a billion things, but please try to hold off on the killjoy. And Chloe, I love you, but you're being a fucking child since the non accident. You guys are best friends. Soon you may be saying goodbye forever. We have hours down here, so work this out. So pretty cool that you know, Rachel is being the one to be like to trying to be like, okay, you guys need to cut this shit and work this shit out. Like already. Like I ain't gonna be stuck in the middle here this whole time while you guys try to figure your shit out. Like you guys need to figure that out ASAP. And then we jump back to the original timeline. Um, and pretty much, Pixie putting everything together with the whole knowing about the accident and not and being able to prevent it and all that stuff. Um, uh, and obviously Tristan figuring out like what happened. Um, uh, so Pixie, what is it? Kind of explains uh like his like Tristan being stuck in with his powers and stuff like that. And so this analogy is actually uh pretty interesting. Also how they're visualizing it here with the like paper and stuff like that. Um so Pixie says I could see potential bumps in a road possibilities. And Tristan says, right. And I can switch to a different road, but I can't see where I'm going. Um, and Chloe says, and Max, she can reverse any damage the bump caused or make a new road. Uh, and then Pixie eventually chimes in, and then there's Chloe, and Chloe's like, "Wait, what?" And then Pixie says, "Tristan, you've been trying and mostly failing to jump back to your reality." And Tristan's like, "Yeah, I think I like need to be near a power source. Um, two, like I needed Max to get me here. So." And then Pixie continues, "Partly maybe, and maybe it helped that I was here too. Who knows? But what have you been using to navigate?" And then Tristan says, I try to visualize Max, try and sort of hone in on her." And then Pixie says, "But you jumped here. Max wasn't here. So what did you navigate to?" And then Tristan finally hits him in the head, and then he's like, "Chloe, I appeared in front of you." And then it hits Chloe in the head, and then Pixie pretty much like, "Yes, like a beacon, a lighthouse." And Tristan's like, "All this time I was trying to jump to Max, but of course, uh, so so pretty much that's uh the new setup for Tristan is using his power to focus in on Chloe instead of Max, mainly because Max is not the common denominator here, because there's only one Max between the two timelines. So who else is the common denominator between the two timelines? Who's directly connected to Max? And that is obviously Chloe. So using Chloe as the like they say, the lighthouse to guide and light the way is pretty much what Tristan is gonna have to do here. Um do 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 do. And Pixie pretty much now being like, "Okay, I know where Max and everyone are going to be." Um, well, she says tomorrow. So now we have a little piece of the puzzle, because with Pixie's powers, now we can actually know the time and place and everything that Max and Chloe and Rachel are going to be. So now we can start to plan out uh, a way to potentially bring Max back to the original timeline. Uh, and we also have this, Lawrence and Tristan, getting to know each other a little more. So there's that. certainly that's not going to lead to anything. um, and then Chloe giving her a letter, which I will say right now. Actually, I'll say it in a minute. Because we're gonna find out what the letter is, but you know, and then they give Tristan the nickname of Hermes, since now you know his first task is to take Chloe's letter to Max to see, you know, to test that this is even gonna work. So in any event, everybody leaves. They pretty much, you know, cover for Tristan by saying that he has something to do here and he'll catch up with them later. So, so now Tristan finally tries and he poofs away. He disappears. And then meanwhile, we get Chloe and Max trying to resolve their issues. So both of them trying to say sorry at the same time, and then that kind of breaks the ice a little bit. Um, and Max pretty much is like, I know my apology doesn't make up for what it must have felt like for you to know I'd rewound moments that were yours. And Chloe's like, you were trying to help people. I made you feel like a shit for it. And then Max continues, I've hijacked your life here. I've made the last couple of months entirely about me. I don't blame you for being done with it all. And Chloe continues, no, that's not it. I'm not done with it, Max. I could never be done with you. I just. Okay, so I was ready for you to leave, as in I was prepared, ready to say goodbye. And Max says, and then I didn't leave. And then Chloe's like, and then you didn't fucking leave. But you still wanted to. You still have to. And I get that. While while this trip is amazing, that thought is always there. Like I'm I'm second best to myself. How fucked is that? Here I am, the Chloe with everything, and I still feel jealous that some other me gets you. The fuck is wrong with me? Every time you mention your powers or her, me, the well opens again, and then Max just gives her a nice little hug. Um, and then we address the elephant in the room. So if Chloe says, so if you'd never left, you think we would have been a thing? And then Max says, do you? And then silence, and then Chloe literally says, no, I don't think so. And then Max is like, and neither do I. Um, it's hard to explain, but my Chloe, she's not you. Not really. What we went through changed us, bonded us in a different way. But you, You're the best friend that I missed for so long, who I'll miss again. And then Chloe's like, I'm only gonna ask this once. It's important though. Is she prettier than me? And then Max just says, fuck you. um, and then Chloe follows up with, and Max, don't ever not talk about stuff around me. I want you to trust me with it. And Max says, I've been reckless. You were right to call me out on it. I've not been looking for answers. I guess I wondered if this place would have any. But I think you're right. Um, um, and while Max is pretty much trailing off into the beauty of the cave and stuff that they're in, um, is meanwhile Tristan literally poofs in right between them, with obviously Chloe being the first one to see him, and then Max reacting to Chloe's saying fuck, and then Tristan yelling out Hermes, and then a nice big group hug with all three of them, with rightfully Chloe pointing out like the confused like Hermes line. And Tristan's like, hey, it's a long story. Um, where asking where's Rachel, and then literally right on cue, Rachel with the joke of, "Holy crap, you two made up and summoned a Tristan." uh, and pretty much Tristan confirming that like once I focused in on Chloe instead of Max, I was able to pretty much go into the other timeline pretty easily at that point. Um, so pretty much Tristan's like, okay, let's find a place to relax, and I'll pretty much tell you everything that happened. Um, so meanwhile, we are in the original timeline because Lawrence is here with his broken leg. Um, so obviously, Lawrence is still hanging out with them because remember he got separated from the rest of the theater group, so he's pretty much in contact with them through like cell phones and stuff. But they're all gonna meet up anyway, so Lawrence will be fine. Um, and then they tease, well, teasing Dwight a little bit, Dex and Tammy over here. Um, and then meanwhile, Pixie confirms to Chloe that Tristan did make it, and then literally on cue, Max just finished reading original Chloe's letter, which, if you couldn't tell, is the same letter that that original Chloe was writing at the end of book three, when Tristan first poofed in front of her when she was finished just finished writing the letter. So that same letter is the one that Chloe gave Tristan to give to Max. So that's pretty sweet. Um, and Tristan pretty much you know filling her in. Uh, and then Max continuing to apologize to Tristan for um, him going to the original timeline by himself, which yet again is Max's continuous uh, beating up of herself and blaming herself for things that is never really confirmed 100% that she's even at fault for these things. Whether it's the tornado being a thing in the original game, or with Tristan, with the transect being all fucked up and him being able to jump over, but Max not being able to. So, yet again, not really her fault, but, it's a consistent character trait of Max where she will blame herself for things that are completely out of her control. So, in any case, uh, and then Tristan has the funny little line as soon as she starts with the whole too many apologies and guilt tripping herself. Tristan says, Chloe said I should slap you if you tried to blame yourself again. uh, which which is 100% a Chloe thing that would be said, because uh, another consistent character trait is Chloe constantly telling Max to stop blaming herself for this, that, and the third. So, so all of that tracks. And then we jump back to, oh no, this is still the Rachel timeline, right? Yeah, because Lawrence is not, doesn't have the bum leg, so he's not using crutches. Um, so in any case, Zach and Lawrence pretty much just shooting the shit here with the little souvenir things. Uh, and then the high seas bump into them, and then we just get, I don't know, they're just palling around with the high seas here, and they're just fooling around there, being worried about Pixie a little bit, which obviously Pixie's being more secretive and stuff now because now she's in the loop with everything that's going on. So, and obviously she's not going to tell the rest of the High C members about her powers and Max's powers and Tristan's powers and all that shit. So the rest of the High C members are going to be completely in the dark about all the supernatural shit going on. So meanwhile, we also get the same gag again. So third time's the charm with the whole silence for a couple of panels before finally somebody saying something. Which this time is Max breaking the ice. Um, with Pixie taking all of this uh really well everything that they tell her. Because now, since Tristan already knows that Pixie has powers, it's pretty much like, um so we can kind of assume that the Pixie in this um timeline also probably has powers, which, to be fair, is a even though it does make sense, it's a pretty um big shot in the dark to assume that just because somebody has powers in one timeline, that they would have also powers in the other timeline. But in this case, they are correct though. So lucky for them that apparently all the pixies across all the timelines apparently all share the same power. So it's pretty much almost like pixie is like a connection across all the different universes, because since her power makes her able to see all the different like possibilities and things. So it's pretty much like she is like a watcher of like all the different like timelines, which is pretty sweet. But yet again, a lesser person would have probably been, oh, excuse me, been driven like crazy with being able to see all these different possibilities and stuff for yourself. So yeah, but and oh, hey Bo, how's it going? How's it going? Uh oh, good. You decided not to resort to violence. That is nice to hear. But if I remember correctly, didn't you say that that this was your last game of the season, right? So I believe that means you're free and clear from any games for a while. Oh, okay. You say I was close. I was close to violence though. Lost 6-42 and didn't play the way I wanted to. Ah, well, that's disappointing. At least, well, at the very least, as I said, you didn't let your anger control you and make a bad decision. So at least there's that. At least there's some silver lining there. But let's see. And oop, didn't want to Click on that. Oh, and then we get this. Oh, and then we get this little sad little moment here with so Max pretty much says, I know you don't really know us in this string, which string is what they've been calling the different timelines. But and then Pixie interjects, but we were close there, right? And then we follow up with Rachel uh, subtly saying, well, most of us, referring referring to the fact of, Rachel's not a thing in the at this point in the original timeline. So Pixie would know Max and Chloe pretty well, but obviously Pixie doesn't know Rachel, even though what was it, original timeline Pixie uh did mention earlier that she's heard a lot of Rachel, which makes sense because Chloe would most likely, still talk about Rachel, most likely like the happier moments, happier times, and things like that. Maybe um, Chloe and Max would have told Pixie about the darker stuff that happened in the original game, maybe. Um, but we could pretty much assume that maybe they did, because there's nothing in the comic books that specifically state that Max and Chloe told, particularly in this case, Pixie or any of the high seas really, like the finer details of like what happened in Arcadia Bay. Clearly, outside of the fact that the storm destroyed the town and Max and Chloe like left the town and all that stuff. So, so most likely, all they know is like a Cliff Notes version of the original game and not the full details, pretty much. So there's that. But yeah, it's a pretty sad moment where Rachel is kind of sad because she's like, well, you all knew each other in the other timeline, but I obviously never was able to get to know any of you for very obvious reasons. Like Bo said during the during one of our last videos, uh, Rachel being a skeleton at this point in the original games. So I don't think anyone got to know a skeleton at that point. So um and then now they're so now pretty much what they're doing is just um catching this version of Pixie up on everything that's going on, and the plan and stuff that they've come up with to try to get to potentially try to get Max back to the original timeline. Um, and then Tristan is pretty much going to repeat the same example that original timeline Pixie gave with the whole paper napkin thing example. So in any case, we immediately bypass all that because he's just going to repeat the same thing. So that pretty much gets the point across. And speaking of repeating a scene again, is Lawrence and Zach in the souvenir shop and stuff, and then having their little discussion here. With the only real difference here being that Victoria is also here with them. So, pretty much that happens. Oh, and then the high seas still also come in here. But since these versions of the high seas know Tristan because he was hanging around with them for a while when he was split up from everyone else. This is a lot more of a friendlier back and forth in this one instead of in the Rachel timeline where they don't know each other. So that's pretty cool. Um, and then Lawrence asking where Tristan is, and then Chloe pretty much being like, "Oh, he'll catch up with us later." And then Lawrence here being like, "Oh, that's cool." Clearly, nothing's going on there. There's no hint of anything happening there. By the way, clearly not. Um, so Chloe goes into the souvenir store, and she literally comes in during a nice little fight between Victoria and Zach here. So, oh, and oh my God, it literally it also just dawned on me another another small little double exposure connection. Even though I'm pretty sure this one is just a coincidence, is if you haven't noticed, Zach primarily has been calling Chloe uh, uh, the blue haired girl the whole time. Because I believe this is actually the first time like Zach genuinely calls Chloe by her name, but which which is pretty similar to in double exposure where Safi um always calls Chloe the blue haired girl, which makes sense in that game because Max never tells Safi what Chloe's name is anyway. But it's a funny little um as I said, I'm pretty sure it's a coincidence. It would actually be funny if it was entirely intentional, but uh with Zach and Safi both calling Chloe blue haired girl all the time. uh but in any case, um Victoria is going to use, excuse me, Chloe as a great excuse to get out of this argument with Zach. Um, and then they end up, taking a nice little walk together and uh, pretty much figuring out that that they're going to be going to the same place and stuff like that, the same festival and stuff for the play and for the High Seas performance at the festival. So um and pretty much Victoria um confine pretty much like venting and stuff to Chloe, which obviously double exposure would use for what was it, Victoria and Chloe being friendly in the social media posts that you can read throughout double exposure, where they're like talking to each other and they're also uh like planning like get-togethers and things that they can do together. So there's that. Um, but um, Victoria. The funny thing is though, all of these interactions that Victoria and Chloe has, where they like have like private conversations pretty much with each other. Ironically, all of them have been initiated by Victoria herself. So it's kind of interesting that Victoria is constantly choosing to have these private conversations with Chloe, which yet again, most of all these conversations that they're having um, do primarily amount to Victoria kind of venting to Chloe about um, like little regrets and stuff that she has, like obviously relating to Max earlier, and relationship issues clearly that she's having with Zach and all that stuff. So pretty interesting how this all works here. Um, uh, and here's the big point of this conversation after we get through the whole Zach part of the conversation is um, that Victoria says here that she took over her parents' um, art gallery that they run, which, if you remember in the original game, that is 100% a fact because depending on um, how nice you were, like to Victoria in the original game, Victoria will tell Max pretty much about like the pressures that she's under for being like a successful photographer because her family like runs a gallery, so there's a higher expectation for her to do great things pretty much and be great at stuff. So here Victoria has become in charge with the gallery. Um, and uh, here she goes. She pretty much, uh, yet again, venting to Chloe about some of the problems, except this one actually has uh, a meaningful conclusion to what she says here. And Victoria says, since it all went down, referring to the whole storm and everything, and the whole Jefferson thing, the dark room. I've had press hounding me, asking for the Bunker Girl story. It's not really a story I want to tell, but there are other stories, better stories. I have a gallery and Max. I know she took like a million photos back in Blackwell, and fuck her because they were really fucking good too. Max had a way of capturing life that I never did, and now it's a life that's mostly gone. When Max comes back, I want to offer her a gallery space. And then Chloe's like, "You do?" And then Victoria continues, "The Prescott Memorial was an ego trip with good intentions. Maybe my gesture isn't all that different. But Max's photos, they're the real Arcadia Bay. I want them to be seen." Then Chloe says, "I don't know what Max would say." And then Victoria follows up with, "You'll ask her though, right? Just ask." So, ooh, oh boy, I was not, ooh, that, ooh, the waterworks are starting to come up again. Ooh, wasn't expecting that. Ooh, I was not expecting, Victoria's, offer and stuff, and her, ooh, and her genuine like words and stuff to Max. Well, not to Max, but about Max. Being you know hitting that way, which yet again totally makes sense because yet again, if you were nice enough to her, um, by the end of the game, she does pretty much tell Max that uh, like pretty much what she really thinks about her, and actually being kind of jealous and stuff of Max's genuine talent for photography and stuff like that. So her pretty much um, reaffirming those statements to Chloe here, and at the same time offering a genuine like olive branch and opportunity to Max is pretty pretty heartfelt. Um, Also, probably another reason why some of these moments probably hit me um, so much in different ways, and in some ways more than I really expect, is mostly because if you've played these games, um, much as I have, especially the original game, and like before the storm and stuff, like the direct Max and Chloe games. Um, Mostly when every time I read these comic books, it's so easy for me mentally to imagine the voices from the games coming out of the comics here, and all the written lines and stuff that's being said in these books. So that's probably another. That's mostly uh, why for me, like a lot of these um, like moments hit me um, in some of these like emotional ways is because I can so vividly like hear the lines being said in my head by the voice actors and stuff from the games. So yeah. Whoo. So in any event, um, and obviously, you know, Victoria and Chloe, go their separate ways, and then Chloe mutters to herself that she'll ask Max when she gets home. So, um, and then Tristan's having a little walk, and Tristan wonders if the number would even be the same. And then he says, "No way." Well, he says no way because he turns and then he notices Lawrence walking down the street with Zach here. And then Tristan says, "Hey," um, and then obviously this is uh, the Rachel timeline. So uh, Zach, well, not Zach, but Lawrence hasn't spent any real hasn't really met Tristan and hasn't had any like long interactions or anything like getting to know each other and all that stuff. So, which Tristan realizes like too late, and then he pretty much just uh invisibility like pieces out, and then Zach and Lawrence just go about their day, and then once they're gone, Tristan poofs back in, and then he calls himself an idiot because he's like, I should have known better that, of course, this version of Lawrence would have no fucking idea who I am. So, yeah. But in any case, also that scene was pretty much there to just address um, and pretty much confirm that, like, this Lawrence is going to have nothing to do with Tristan, pretty much. So to pretty much like here we are, we're addressing it, and then now we're moving on. So yet again, Lawrence is not having any. Well, Lawrence and Zach have no real point in the Rachel timeline at all. So there's that. uh, and then Chloe and Pixie meet up, and then they like hang out a little bit. And then Chloe pretty much decides like, hey, let's get our fortune like done. Um, and also confirmation, if you haven't figured it out yet, that they're currently in New Orleans. The lady pretty much blatantly states that they're in New Orleans. So pretty much they get their fortune uh, taken. They got their little tarot cards and all that stuff. Um, and we also have some foreshadowing because what is it? The as the lady says, the upright tower card can herald a storm, but the upright star suggests this storm may mean a new beginning. And Chloe obviously being like, I'm not a big fan of storms. And saying, are you sure you're not reading my past instead of my future? And the lady is like, uh, purely metaphorical. Oh, and then Chloe says, what about the fool? And then the lady says, the reverse fool um, means that someone is going to do something reckless. Foreshadowing to several different things. So in any case, and now we're back in the Rachel timeline, and Max and Pixie are going to do a little bit of testing of powers. So, and meanwhile, Chloe and Rachel are gonna go do some partying. So, so that's pretty fun. Like Rachel and Chloe go have like their own little private time while Max and Pixie do some real like training work. So that's pretty fun. And then Chloe's little sarcastic comment of play nice with the fabric of the universe now. And obviously Rachel with the previous line of have fun you crazy kids, which is funny. But it's also like Rachel, really. You know you're not that much older uh that much older than Max. Like you're only like there's only like 1 year difference between the two of you. I don't know if we know how old Pixie is. Like I'm assuming Pixie is kind of younger than Max maybe. But yeah, we don't have a real concrete uh uh concrete like ages or anything for like the high seas uh members. So there's that. It's not like it matters, but it would have been nice to kind of get like a an idea of like how old like some of these characters are. But in any case, so they just go with training and everything, um, and then the coffee being cold, and then right when Max is about to get up to um, get her new hot coffee, Max accidentally hits the table, and that tips over the coffee. Um, and then it spills all over Pixie. Um, and then Max uses her rewind and uh, stops it. But there's one thing you probably might notice with the coffee, which they're gonna point out in a minute, is Pixie's like, this coffee is hot, like really hot, and Pixie also confirms that I remember the coffee being cold, and then Max is like, wait, what? So Max kind of has no idea what the fuck just happened. What did she do? Meanwhile, we get this little snowball fight. Um, with Max and Chloe here doing a snowball fight, which um, I'm pretty much just gonna say it now, even though they're gonna reveal it in a little bit. But this is also clearly a another dream, pretty much a similar thing to the dream Max was having before, with when Max was laying down on the grass with Chloe and everything, and then as they were talking, like weird stuff was popping around in the environment and stuff. Same thing. Except this time, there's no like weird shit happening. It's just them having like a snowball fight, which is pretty like sweet. And then obviously ending with another Keith, another Keithy, the more Keithy. So if anyone is in the chat or anything, or is able uh, now would be the time to be spamming all the kissing emotes right now. So so get all the kisses out the way. We got the another kissing scene right now. uh, but in any case, um, and then Max also finally coming to the conclusion uh, that this is obviously a dream, and then as soon as she realizes that the entire uh, environment they're in completely changes. Um, and then Chloe is pretty much relaying like what's that. Hey, I'm gonna see you um in Florida, and catching up Chloe on her new power, uh, which she calls pocket time, which is going to be explained in a minute, but I'll pretty much get it out of the way now so that way we can move things along to more of the uh, bigger like character centric stuff. Is um, Max's power has evolved into where she does not need uh, to rewind everything around her. Because every time Max rewinds, she's pretty much rewinding like the entire universe around her. So everything gets affected except Max herself when she rewinds. So what's happening now is that Max's power has evolved to the point where Max can focus her power on a specific thing and rewind that thing, which is why the coffee um, is the thing that got rewounded to the point where it became hot again. But Pixie and everything still remembers everything because the coffee was the only thing that she rewounded, which she did subconsciously because obviously she was focusing on the coffee because the coffee was the main thing that she wanted to rewind. So clearly, her powers understood that on a subconscious level, and that's what the powers wound up rewinding, and that was the only thing that the powers affected. So now Max pretty much realizes that, and why she's calling it pocket time, which also makes sense because it's like if you're focusing in the power on a specific thing, and that's the thing that's only going to be affected, right? It is the appropriate name of pocket time. But also, yet again, another thing that double exposure would do is trying to give Max mm, another power, um, which in double exposure, it's more of a it mostly feels like a completely new power that Max gets. Um, where as opposed to here, the pocket time ability actually feels like a evolution of the power that she already has, as opposed to like I said, double exposure, where Max being able to like rip a hole into like another timeline and her being able to jump between both timelines kind of mostly feels like a completely new set of powers as opposed to building off of a power that she already has. So there is that. But in any case, um, uh, they uh, have a funny little back and forth of like, how do we know this is your dream and not my dream type of thing. And then Max proposes, we'll see who wakes up then. And then Max wakes up and says, I win, which is pretty funny. And we get caught up to their training, which was pretty much involving a bunch of different coffee. So they were using a lot of coffee as a training tool. Um, and they both like fell asleep pretty much after they were uh, training. And then Pixie wondering where Chloe and Rachel is, and then Max is like, "Oh, they fell asleep outside." Um, and Pixie suggesting that like, "Hey, maybe you could heat up this coffee for me real quick." which Max comments of like, "Hey, I'm not a microwave." It's pretty funny. Um, and then Pixie with the funny little "all babies" line where they just fell asleep uh, on the little picnic picnic blanket out out on the grass here, which is pretty sweet too, because if you notice, Rachel is just like flat out on her back sleeping here, but you see Chloe over here snuggling up right next to her, which is pretty funny because you got her like arms around Rachel and everything. It's pretty funny, pretty cool. And then meanwhile, they get woken up by Pixie's phone going off. Um, so pretty much making a fun little joke that they fell asleep outside, looking up at the stars. Uh, surely there was not a any insinuation of something else that may or may not have happened before they fell asleep out here in the grass, especially from their like comments and how they look. It's like you two were up to something else besides looking up at the stars, weren't you? I'm on to your game anyway. And then Chloe immediately shoots the excuse in the foot because as soon as Max asks, "Oh, did you see many stars?" And then Chloe's like, "No idea. I fell asleep." And then they give her and then Pixie has to leave for rehearsals. Um, and then they mention the coffee being cold, and then Max immediately uses her pocket time to make it hot again. Um, which, um, which from what Max says here, that she rewound the coffee uh, back a few hours, and she says that's the longest she's done it so far. So pretty much confirming that their little coffee training with all the coffee cups and everything around them was pretty much testing Max's new power to see how far back she can go with the pocket time. So pretty much establishing here that she at least can go a few hours. How many is a few hours? I have no idea. At the very least, we can assume at least 2 hours, I guess. But in any case, um, picks uh, with Chloe being like, "I am too hungover to be processing any of the shit that you're trying to hit me with right now." Um, and then Max was like, "Hey, we'll talk about it later." And then it seems like in the middle of this whole conversation that they were having, Rachel, I guess, went back to sleep because you see her curled up here. So it's like, okay, I guess she just fell back to sleep again. And uh, Max saying that she's gonna go out for a walk. Interesting. And then we got what was it, Pixie and Tristan. Well, Pixie walking down the street and Tristan sitting on the side here. And then we get a cameo, a fun cameo with Pixie texting somebody, and she is texting Steph because we have a Steph text message exchange with Steph writing to Pixie here. Well, get rolling and we'll try it out. With Pixie saying, much excite, friendo. And then Steph following up with, catch you in the digital dungeon. So obviously Steph is still into D&D and being a dungeon master. So big ups for that. And then Pixie meeting up with Tristan and having some fun little banter back and forth. Um, uh, okay, okay. Here's a subtly important exchange between Tristan and Pixie here, where Tristan asks, "You see alternatives, right? Is there a version of reality where I should be, where things work out?" And then Pixie responds with, "Just I." And then Tristan says, "What's wrong?" And then Pixie says, "So I hope you'd never ask that directly. Tristan, when it comes to you, and bear in mind I'm still learning, but I just don't see you. I mean, I see you, of course, in front of me, but I don't see your traces, your possibilities. I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think you're you, you're special. I mean, look at what you can do. Maybe my ability just can't keep tabs on that." And then Tristan's like, yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense. And then he says, in the other place, I'm traveling with you guys, me and Chloe, Max's Chloe. Here, I barely know them enough to say hello. Um, and then Pixie says, you could say hello now. And then Tristan follows up with, I don't think it works that way. A meeting has to just happen. You can't force it or recreate it. And it's not just them. And then obviously we get Lawrence, Lawrence shouting, Zach shouting at Lawrence and stuff for forgetting something. Um, so yeah, and then once Tristan and Pixie are about to part ways, Pixie says, "You know what I think your true gift is, Tristan?" And Tristan's like, "Huh?" And Pixie says, "Not the vanishing or even the reality hopping. It's that you get to choose." And that's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet exchange there between Tristan and Pixie, which is also a I don't know if you've noticed with a lot of the character moments and stuff that I've been like pointing out and reading through is the comic, Emma, specifically, obviously, because she's the one that wrote the comics here. Emma has a way of, when the characters are like talking to each other, she has a way of having the conversation be very like casual in the beginning, and then being able to transition that conversation into a more like meaningful and insightful exchange between the characters. So I really, really appreciate that because it builds, because it makes the dialogue uh, feel more natural, and it gives you more of a sense of what the normal dynamic is between between the characters, which is more like what a casual conversation would kind of be like before transitioning into um like a more serious conversation or a more personal conversation or a more like plot driven, exposition driven conversation. So she does a very for me, she does a very good job of writing it in a way where it uh like naturally like segues from one to the other, and in some cases transition right back into being like casual and stuff all over again. So really good, really good way of keeping the dialogue from feeling um like a big like exposition um exposition dump like conversation. Like obviously we're gonna have like stuff like that where it's necessary, like in the instances of with the Pixie situation where it's like, okay, we discover that Pixie can do this, so now we need to catch her up on like stuff that's going on, and then she has to explain like like how she got her powers and stuff, and what her powers are and like how they work like that. Like obviously you're gonna need to do scenes like that, but but for the most part she really like balances it out like really well by not having so many overly exposition heavy dialogue, where stuff like that is only done when it's absolutely necessary to do it. Because sometimes you could read like certain things, and it doesn't feel like these like what you're reading doesn't feel like characters are like talking to each other. It just feels like characters are just relaying information to each other, and by extension, obviously, relaying information to the audience. So, I really appreciate that Emma didn't fall into that trap. So, in any case, now we jump to the original timeline, where Chloe and Pixie are clearly being roommates in the motel, hotel, wherever the fuck they're staying. And then Chloe wakes up with "I win," which which also confirms that the dreams that Max has been having, original Chloe has also been having, which also explains why original Chloe has always had like this lingering feeling that Max was never like truly gone. Like there still was a connection there between the two of them. So there's that, which is yet again pretty sweet because it's like their bond is uh is so strong that it crosses like timelines and realities and stuff like that. So that's pretty sweet there. Um, uh, and Pixie is pretty much like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. You look like you were having a lovely dream," which Chloe says, like, "Yes, it was." Uh, um, and Chloe asks, like, "Well, how about you?" And Pixie's like, "I think channels are opening." Um, and then she eventually says, I think I found Max, like pinpointed. It's always been hazy images before, but now it's like a clearer picture." Um, which Chloe hypothesizes. So you think Tristan spoke with the you there? Um, and then Pixie says, "Yeah, I think so. She is like me after all." And Chloe says, "And she is with Max." And obviously, Chloe getting really excited because you know um, that the possibilities are getting closer to be able for Max to come back. Um, and then Pixie obviously getting a little sad because both of them have to lie to the other members of the High Seas with their powers and all that stuff. Which uh, Chloe is apologizes to her, but Pixie's like, it's fine. I'm happy to help and do all this. Um, and then you have this like nice relatable conversation with Pixie and Chloe here, where uh, Pixie is like, I don't know how you Chloe were able to lie to everybody for so long. Obviously about Max. Um, and then she's pretty much Chloe is pretty much like, hey, I've told the lie so long that pretty much I kind of had to believe it myself at that point. Um, so uh, so yeah, um, pretty like honest little exchange between the two, and obviously relatable because uh, both of them had to lie to like all their friends about something. So, um, Obviously, Pixie pointing out, like, hey, my real superpower is being a great drummer and that she can write songs. And and Chloe following up, like, hey, I design stuff, uh, and that she makes killer pancakes apparently. At least we know Chloe can cook, I guess. Which begs the question: in Max and Chloe's relationship, is Chloe the one that cooks, that primarily cooks for them? Hmm. Or is there an even split between the two of them? Hmm. The mind wonders. uh, in any case, they're having a little fun, and then their fun is interrupted by, ooh, excuse me, by yelling in the hallway. Hmm. Which Chloe rightfully points out uh, that sounds like Victoria. Uh, oh, and Pixie confirms that this is a hotel that they are staying at. Thank you, Pixie, for confirming one way or the other where you were staying at. And obviously, Victoria and uh, Zach continuing to have relationship issues, which this time obviously ended with Victoria kicking him out of the room. And then we have this very insightful line from Victoria, which is, I know you, Zach. I used to be you. So, uh, clearly, a lot to be said within those lines. Uh, Also, a lot to be said within Victoria and Zach's relationship, with also with the reason that Victoria is a lot puts up with and is more understanding of Zach and what he does, is because she sees a lot of herself, of how she used to be in Zach. So she's a lot more understanding and can put up with what he does, because she's like, I've been there, like I know what acting like that is, because uh I've done that also in the past, so I know that. Also, it also says a lot about Victoria that she winds up being in a relationship with someone that is a reflection of how she used to be. So it's pretty fun that she is seeing from the outside what everyone else saw that she was doing and how she was acting. So now she's on the outside looking at uh, herself in Zach and being like, well, this is how I was treating other people. So she has a front row seat now to to experience what that's like on herself. So pretty cool. Well, pretty good uh, similarities and stuff with this relationship and stuff, and having a lot of like meaning there. Um, which is also the comic pretty much like pointing out uh, what the symbolism and what the symbolism is in this relationship by Victoria blatantly telling the audience that I used to be you. So if anyone didn't figure it out by now, the comic is pretty much like shining a light on it of like, okay, if you haven't figured it out, this is uh what we're getting at with this relationship. So there you go. Um, and then obviously Victoria sarcastically being like, "Oh, Chloe, you're here. Of course you're staying here." uh, and then Chloe being like, "Oh, are you okay?" And Victoria's like, "Yeah, no, not really." Um, um, and then they're just, you know, uh, getting more. Yet again, another Victoria venting to Chloe's situation with her relationship problems. Uh, look at this point, so far, Chloe has pretty much been Victoria's like therapist at this point. Victoria, you got the money. Why don't you just pay Chloe at this point to just be your therapist? Because you're always initiating. Like every time you encounter Chloe within this story, it's always to like vent about like your problems. uh, funny. Uh, and pretty much Victoria being like, "Hey, sorry if my yelling woke you up," and Chloe being like, "Nah, we were already awake." And I do love Pixie being like, "Hey, we were talking about superpowers," as she's striking like a superhero pose in the background. So funny. And Victoria following along with like, "Hey, I'd love some superpowers right now." It's just like, eh. And then Victoria saying, "Why do some of us wait for something awful to happen to realize that we need to be better?" Oh, ain't that the perfect summary of Victoria's character arc and development in the original game? Obviously you assuming that you were nice to Victoria and stuff in the original game for Victoria to actually have that appropriate character development that she is speaking of here. uh, and then meanwhile, we have this scene of Max interacting with this lady at a cemetery, which isn't really that big of a thing here. Um, pretty much it just amounts to like the lady talking to Max about like grief and being selfish and like stuff, and being okay to feel like these different emotions and to process them and things like that. And that's pretty, a pretty like nice little scene, even though it doesn't really, because it's just a random lady, so it's not like the lady is like really important or anything. But yeah, that scene definitely feels like it was a padding scene, because you could take that scene out and not really lose anything, because it doesn't really add a lot and it isn't really necessary. But yet again, like I said, uh, this book, these issues in particular, were during COVID, and these issues were like double the length to make up for not being able to release the four issues that every book would have on time and stuff because of all the delays and everything. So clearly they had to pad some stuff out, obviously, which is understandable. And then we jump ahead a couple of days later, and Max is at the Butterfly Rainforest Museum in Florida. So now we're finally at um, the last stop of the tour. So obviously, it's almost time to finally execute their plan to uh, for Max to jump over. Uh, and then obviously it's going to be represented by the butterfly, which is reflecting like blue and stuff, because obviously blue butterfly is very symbolic in the first game, so got to continue that thread. Butterfly effect and all. And obviously, uh, Chloe, original Chloe, also being in the same location and feeling Max and Chloe feeling each other here, and then being able to see each other. So, and neither one of them wanting to believe that they're really seeing each other. And then they're subtly like trying to move closer, but they're like, I'm kind of afraid to touch you because we don't know, you know, what's really gonna happen. But then they try to reach out to each other, and then Chloe gets distracted by one of the workers, and then when she looks back, Max is already gone, and it's like okay, and then Pixie runs over, and Pixie is really excited because she's like she saw the thing, and then it's like no, uh, and Pixie's like I felt Max so strong here, and then Chloe is pretty much like yeah, I saw her in a flicker, and and uh, Chloe's like, so close right here. If Tristan was here, then maybe we could have opened the door. Um, And then Pixie's like theorizing, like, okay, he must not have been with her there. Um, and now she's starting to formulate a plan because she's like, okay, if this thing happens, we need to have a coordinated effort between both uh, timelines. We both need to come up with a plan. Um, and then meanwhile, in the other timeline, as we see, Max is also having the same thought. So both of them are gonna pretty much be coming up with the same plan. Um, do 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 do. Let's see. And then Pixie's pretty much trying to come up like, okay, we're all performing at the festival. I have a plan to get everyone in the festival and things like that. Um, because Pixie's saying I have a girl on the inside, and she could get any extra passes we need. Um, it'll be quieter backstage. I bet. And then Max has a specific location, a specific time window, and Pixie's like, we just need your Chloe to be in the same place. And Max is like, I trust her. If we're thinking this, then, and they each get a phone call that Tammy is opening the venue and Rachel is also opening up the venue. And then Max asks Pixie, who's your girl on the inside? And Pixie's like, a friend from Seattle. And she continues, she came to a few gigs at the Bean Barn. That's the bar where, and then Max continues, I know it. My other life, remember? And Pixie obviously like being like, this is so weird. Anyway, she continues, uh, she hung out a few times. I gave her some drum lessons, and she signed up to crew the festival. And then Max is like, well, she's about to be one of my favorite people. And then Pixie says, I think you guys would actually get along if you weren't about to skip realities. um, and anyway, any guesses on who Pixie is talking about? Hint, hint. They kind of gave it away and foreshadowed it a little earlier on who it is. In any case, back in the original timeline, Chloe gets her backstage passes, which which she pretty much got as a reward for helping out set up the festival and stuff. So this is pretty much explaining how the people in the original timeline are gonna get the backstage passes. So that pretty much explains that. Um, and then meanwhile, that's all going good. And then Tristan literally jump scares the shit out of Chloe here by just poofing in right behind her. Um, and then Tristan being a snarky motherfucker, being like, "Hey, sorry, not sorry for the jump scare." um, and Tristan pretty much musing that like, "Oh, this has gotten way easier jumping between the two when when everybody is." in the same place at the same time. So yeah. And Chloe being a little concerned, being like, "Do you feel okay? Don't be wasting energy on doing so many jumps one after the other." And Tristan pretty much being like, "Hey, I feel fine. I kind of feel full of power right now." Which apparently Max said the same thing. And Chloe being like, "Hey, it's how's Max feeling? Everything okay?" And Tristan feeling like obviously uh, that the doorway is thinner, so that's how it's becoming like easier to get through. Um, and Chloe following up like, "Hey, maybe we're more in tune with it." And then both of them was like, it's probably Pixie. It's like Pixie's probably the reason. Um, and Chloe being like, "Hey, maybe you need a like a pass," and Tristan's like, I probably don't need one. And he's like, "Yeah, probably because of the whole you being able to be invisible thing, and then obviously the reality hopping thing." So, and Tristan's like, "Yeah, it's fine." And then Chloe being like, "Hey, you're looking for somebody in particular," and uh, and Tristan's like, I can't say. This was mostly a test, but I may well see them again soon. And then Chloe just with the teasing is like, sure, but which ones? It's like, hmm. And then boom, uh, what was it? Victoria getting ready, and then Lawrence over here helping set up the stage, and then Tristan noticing and being a little concerned because of Tristan's bum leg. I mean, Lawrence's bum leg, and Lawrence being like, "Hey, don't worry about it. My leg is feeling a lot better. I'm gonna be fine." And Lawrence being like, "Hey, I'll see you later, though." And then Tristan being like, "I hope so." Also, a little funny little background thing here is during this exchange, if you notice Chloe, you probably the screen's probably too small, but um, you see Chloe here standing next to Tristan, and Chloe is literally staring at him with a smirk, giving him like the eye, with the knowing eye, which is pretty funny. And then Chloe confirms it by going aw and then poking Tristan in the arm while Tristan is blushing here. So it's like, oh yeah, clearly that's happening. And then poofing back to the Rachel timeline. Um, and then they're pretty much kind of reminiscing the same conversation that Tristan and uh, Chloe were just having. This time with Max pretty much saying the same thing that Tristan was kind of saying with things being a little easier and stuff with the power stuff. Uh, and then we have what is it? What was this funny little exchange with Max and Chloe here, where it's like It's like I can change isolated pockets of time. And then Chloe follows up with all of the power, less of the fuckery. Pocket time. Well, that kind of sums up the ability pretty well there, very poetically, Chloe, don't you think? Rachel seems to think so because she kind of snort laughs at Chloe's response. Meanwhile, Pixie says, "Oh, there she is," referring to her girl that she has on the inside. And let's see who that winds up being. So Pixie is like, "Yo," and then Rachel and Chloe look back, and Chloe first responds with like, "Oh," is like, "Whoa, that looks a lot looks a whole lot like," and then Rachel follows up with, "No way." And then the mysterious person says, "Pix, so where are those friends of," and then and ironically, drum roll, it's Steph. So we get a physical Steph cameo here, right at the climactic ending part of the story. So we get our last big character cameo. We do get one more character cameo, but it's a small minor character cameo. Um, but Steph here is our last like big character cameo, because since Steph is a was a pretty uh, important important, she became important for the fan base because she left such a positive impression on the fans in Before the Storm. Obviously, because of how the character was written, and uh, uh, the performance from Katie Benz for Steph, also obviously would lead to Steph being a pretty popular character to come out of Before the Storm. Which obviously would lead to Steph being promoted to major supporting character in True Colors, and a primary romance option in True Colors. So, so yeah. Which also, fun fact, um, the reason Steph also makes a cameo at the end of the story here, is because Emma and Claudia knew um, that True Colors was being made, and True Colors was going to be coming out around the same time that these issues were also coming out. So it was pretty much uh, like a cross promotion like type of thing. So it's like, okay, Steph is gonna be in the new game coming out, so let's also have her cameo in the comics like at the same time. So that's pretty much what happened. Which is also ironic too, because after True Colors came out, Steph and Alex would star in the Forget Me Not comic miniseries that came out after these after this original run of comics also finished. So kind of funny how all that worked. But in any case, Steph is here, and she says, "No way, this is too crazy." Oh, excuse me again. And then we have this very sweet, very sweet fan servicey moment here with Steph, Chloe, and Rachel reuniting here. Uh, with Chloe saying it's fucking is you, and then the meaning behind Rachel's words here definitely does not have a double meaning in any way. Where Rachel says, Steph, as I live and breathe. Oh, Rachel, your choice of words is very poetic and ironic in so many different ways. By the way, so and then Steph says, "This is insane, you guys." And then Pixie uh, saying, "I guess I don't need to make introductions then." And then Max says, "I could use one." And then we get obviously this fan servicey moment of Steph meeting Max and stuff for the first time. Uh, with Steph saying, "Hi, I'm Steph." Max saying, "And Max." And Steph obviously saying, "I totally went to school with these idiots." Uh, and Steph saying, "But these days I'm based in Seattle where I met this one," referring obviously to Pixie here. And then Pixie with the jokes here. These clingy band groupies can't get rid of them. And then Steph following up with, "I guess you don't want these all access passes then." And then Pixie's like, "Yes, please, thank you, please." mm. And then Steph talking to Rachel here, "You're with the pirate crew too?" And then Rachel saying, "Actually, no, you'll laugh, but," and then we cut to Rachel doing rehearsals for the play with Steph saying, "Shakespeare, sure, at least it's not the Tempest, huh?" uh, and then uh, Steph with the very obvious reference here, "You're not getting up there this time." And then Chloe saying, "Fuck to the no. That was a one and only." His. And then Steph saying, "I remember you were pretty good at," and then gets interrupted because she needs to step away and go do her job. Ironically, her stage manager job, which she's finally able to actually do the stage manager job. Because remembering before the storm, she wasn't able to do it because of the whole Mikey or Drew ending up in the hospital, and then Steph uh, leaving to go support Mikey at the hospital. So there's that. And then Steph seeing herself out and being like, "Hey, we need to catch up later after the show and everything." And then we see Chloe continuing to watch Rachel as she rehearses, and then we immediately cut to the original timeline of Chloe watching Victoria rehearsing. And then it starts raining. And then everyone's like, oh shit. Um, and we have one of the guys to the side here saying that a shower was not in the forecast. So now everyone's rushing to get cover, and they're in obviously kind of bummed with the whole rain, potentially raining out their gig and the performance and all that stuff. Um, and then obviously something's up with Pixie, and then Pixie pretty much trying to use having a period as an excuse to get away because she needs to obviously tell Chloe what's going on. Um, and then Pixie saying like, okay, since I'm um, tuning into the other me, things are so much clearer now. And Chloe's like, well, that's good, right? And Pixie says, depends on what I see. And Pixie continues, all this power, how easy it is to tap into. I think I know what's coming. They just got the news first. And then we jump back, and then pretty much Max asking how bad of a storm we're talking. And Steph is like that we just don't know. No one knew that this storm was even coming. Um, and Max being worried that tomorrow's show is going to be canceled, and Steph is like, I don't know, but I hope it doesn't. Um, and meanwhile, we're like, um, in any event, we're going to relocate everyone down to the underground parking garage to make sure everyone keeps safe from the storm. Um, and pretty much like everyone, prepare yourself, batten down the hatches, and hopefully everything will pass by the morning. Um, so that pretty much almost does it for all of Steph's dialogue. We will see her again a little bit later, but for the most part, all her dialogue is kind of like done at this point. Um, so now obviously Max is worried because of the storm. It's probably gonna mess with their ability to execute their plan to get Max home. And Tristan and Pixie come in with like, "Don't worry, Max. We kind of came up with a new plan." Um, and then they're all like, we're all feeling the same thing, right? And then Max obviously knows this feeling way too well, and which is why she's saying this can't happen again. Um, let's see. And Pixie is pretty much saying that this isn't happening because of you, not because of us. It's happening on a bunch of different timelines, which Pixie would know since her ability lets her see the different possibilities and stuff across all different timelines. Um, um, and Pixie's like, "Hey, it doesn't really matter. Like, I'm gonna do something reckless." And here we go with Pixie's plan. Um, let's see. And then Tristan is like, okay, weather fronts are just forming and we feel this much. Imagine how much power we could tap into from the storm itself. And then Pixie follows up with, enough to open a door, Max. You said this all started with a storm. Maybe it's supposed to end with one. Um, and then Max responds with, when I faced it before, I let it win. I thought I only had two choices. I've paid for both of them. But I'm not who I was then. I'm not alone, and I'm not running from myself or from what I want. I'm ready to face a storm and win. So, so there you go. That's the end of book 5. Also, we just have this what was it, little free comic book day thing that they also included in the back here, which is just pretty much a D&D session exchange between Steph and Pixie from like the past, and it just amounts to like a cheeky recap of the events of the comic books leading up to the finale here. Because the D&D session that they're playing, the events of it are pretty much similar to like the events that actually did happen in the comic books. So that's pretty fun. Um, but yeah, it's pretty good. I also really like some of these shots when they do the summary thing, like this one here with Max and Pixie talking, and Chloe and Rachel sitting on the top of Gladys here, and the image of Tristan in the sky. I was like, that's actually pretty cool. Um, and oh, and this is my favorite little summary thing. I wish I could get this without like the speech bubbles and stuff, with the speech boxes and stuff. I wish I could like take these out, and then just have this image and just make it big and just put it like on a poster on the wall. Like I really love this shot of everybody like lined up, ready to face the storm here. With Pixie here, Max, Steph, Chloe, and Rachel and Tristan here in the corner. I was like this is such a really cool shot. Like I definitely have to ask I I would love to ask Claudia to be like, yo, you need to put this as like a art piece that I could buy from you. Because I really love that shot. And then we got obviously like the different covers and everything. And then now we will immedately triune with the Amber Pricefield Forever emote. I'm surprised you weren't spamming the Alex and Steph emote, considering Steph had her big cameo moments at the end here with reuniting with Chloe and Rachel, and then meeting Max and stuff for the first time. I'm surprised all that wasn't being spammed up there. uh, oh, there you go. There you go. Ask and you shall receive. And there you go. Try with the with all of the Steph and Alex emotes everywhere. Oh, you certainly do. Try telling me I got you. uh, so in any event, let's see if we could wrap this up with the final book here. So we get our little recap and we jump into chapter 1. And this book, by the way, is the standard uh, 4 issue book, because at this point, COVID pretty much calmed down and everything was getting back on schedule. So pretty much the normal release schedule for the 4 issues pretty much resumed by that point. So pretty much this book had the regular number of issues in it. So we're back to 4. And then we get Steph's final lines for her cameo here, with talking with the rest of the stage crew about like how the storm is getting, and if everything is even gonna last in the storm. Like they'll probably get up the next morning and everything will be completely like wrecked and fucked up. Um, so there you go. Steph is pretty much done with her dialogue, with a very poetic final lines being, it's not like we can tell a storm to please go away, I guess. Kind of hinting at what their plan is about to be, with what Max says here of it's all about heat and air pressure. I think if I can just rewind those elements, then it'll be like unpicking strings. Won't affect anything around it. Um, and then and Chloe's pretty much like, this is straight up crazy, but in a cool way. And Rachel's like, well, the selfish part of me is grateful you might save my Shakespearean debut. Rachel, honey, you technically already had your Shakespearean debut in the Tempest play in Before the Storm. Now, if we're talking about a professional Shakespearean debut, then yes, honey, this would be your Shakespearean debut. But you might want to be a little bit more specific, sweetie, okay? Ah. And then Rachel continues, the other selfish part of me keeps thinking, and then Chloe follows up, that this really might be the one, the actual goodbye. And uh, Max says, I wish there was a. And then Chloe immediately, Max, stop. We coped for years without a Max Caulfield in our lives. We can cope again. It's not all about you after all. And then Max is like, right. And then Chloe follows up with, difference is, now we have amazing memories of a life with you in it. And I wouldn't change that for the world. And then we have a nice hug there uh with Rachel, Chloe, and Max, with Rachel just sitting by the wall. And then we have this fun moment of both of them immediately saying, get in here, and just grabbing her to join in on the hug. And Max saying, thank you for everything. And then we got a nice little full panel shot of all of them with nice tears in their eyes, smiling and having a group hug together with all three of them. Oh boy, so much emotion. Anyway, and then after that, little sweet emotional moment there, Chloe follows up with, "You know I'm coming out there with you, right?" And Max was like, I know you. I think you kind of have to be there for it to work, honestly." And then Chloe's like, "Oh yeah, I almost forgot how important I am for a minute." And Rachel says, I'm stuck with this, Max." And then Max immediately follows up with, "You love it, really." And then Rachel says, "Hey, and hey, this next bit is all you two. So I'll be here wait. So I'll be here waiting. So I'll be waiting here." There you go. If I can speak and read. And Max says, You're sure?" And then Rachel says, "This isn't my story. It's yours. So you got to finish it." Fuck. Shit. Uh. Rachel, honey, you're not making. Shit. Oh, there you go. One got away. Shit. You're not making this any easier, honey. I'm sorry. Fuck. In any case, uh, we get what was it? Lawrence here with Zach and all this stuff. And apparently, their friend was a girl, I guess. Sorry, you didn't really give their friend a lot of screen time, so I have no fucking idea like who their name was or anything. So if they even got a name. In any case, Tristan poofs in and pretty much yells at both of them, which is also kind of funny because this is the timeline where Tristan doesn't even, where Zach and Lawrence doesn't even know Tristan. So he's kind of yelling at two people that technically he's not supposed to even know. So he's pretty much yelling at them, giving them both like a reality check. And both of them are just so confused. And they don't even register anything he says because they're both like, who the fuck even is this guy? um, ooh, and the High Seas are singing another song. Okay, let's see what song is this one. Obviously, it's a new one. Come wind, come rain, come voice of the skies, with songs that fill my sails. But when the billions of hormones rise, and then she kind of like trails off. Interesting. And then Lawrence has some fun interaction here with the rest of the High Seas, which pretty much amounts to being worried about Tristan and trying to see if the High Seas have heard anything from Tristan. So pretty much furthering in the beginnings of this relationship, clearly. Um, and then Pixie pretty much letting Lawrence not be too worried, being like, "Hey, yeah, I Tristan was able to get in contact with me, telling me he's in another shelter, he's fine. Uh, he pretty much had to let me go because his phone is dying, so he needs to conserve the battery and all that shit." So yeah, and Chloe pretty much following up with like, "Yeah, he told us to let you know to not worry." So, so Lawrence being happy that Tristan mentioned him, and then I love Chloe's expression here, looking at him, like look at her being all smug and stuff. And then we also have Dex on the other side, kind of with the same expression, which is pretty funny. And Chloe being matchmaker over here is kind of hilarious. Chloe being Tristan's secret wingman over here is pretty funny. And then Lawrence walking off relieved and slightly embarrassed, obviously, from his rosy cheeks that he has over here. Uh, in any case, uh, and then Pixie asking how your friend is, Chloe, um, which the friend that she's referring to is Victoria, by the way. And Chloe says, "Not great. You don't go through what she did and not hate this." And then Dex is like, "But how are you doing?" And Chloe's like, "I'm okay. My experience was a bit different from hers, you know. Is a bit different." Um, and the High Seas kind of referring to Max and stuff. And then now we jump. Oh no, we don't jump. We just go to Zach over here, with Zach being well, he's being hit on by this woman, but he's not even fucking paying attention. He's more concerned about Victoria, because Victoria is over here in a fetal position in the corner, and pretty much being like you shouldn't even care. We're not even like together anymore. So why the fuck are you even here? Um, and Zach following up with like, can't I worry about you as a friend? Um, and he says, I'll leave if that was what you want. Um, and Zach is like, I know what you've been through, so even if all I can do is sit here and be with you, I'll do that. But if you need to be alone, then and Victoria immediately is like, stay. I don't want to be alone through this again. And then Zach is like, I'm not going anywhere, okay? So, uh, we're all gonna be just fine, is what he finishes out with, and then Tristan poofs in from behind the pickup truck here. So this pretty much completes Zach's uh, character arc. So now Zach is, fully more likable and all that stuff. I do wish that we kind of got a little bit more of his uh, transition to the full circle character development here, because pretty much we just went through his argument with Victoria and her breaking up with him finally, and then immediately to this. So we didn't really get a scene where Zach kind of reflects on his actions pretty much. So I would have liked like some scene of that to like transition into this moment a lot better. But um, pretty much the implication is Victoria breaking up with him was kind of like the reality check that he needed, is pretty much the insinuation. But I would have liked more of a showing of that, like even if it's like a quick one uh to just segue into his development at the end a little bit smoother. But in any case, everyone's asleep, so now it's time to execute their plan, because now everyone's asleep. So we could be sneaky and sneak out and do what we got to do. So Pixie, Max, and Chloe get up to leave, and then Rachel here says her final line of the comic, which is pretty poetic, by the way, where her saying, "I'll be right here." So, uh, so in any case, all three of them uh, get ready to leave. Pixie was able to get to get a key to open the garage door. Excuse me, and then ask, "Are we ready?" And then they end up leaving to the stage, and obviously saying things are not looking really good. And Max is like, I've had worse. And then Pixie saving Max from getting hit in the face by a flying trash can lid, which Pixie points out like, uh, You can thank me for saving your teeth later. Um, and then there we go. We finally see the storm. Um, and then Chloe says, "Holy fuck! You really think you can manipulate that thing?" And yeah, that fucking tornado is obviously supposed to be similar to the one at the end of the original game. Um, and then Max is like, "Okay, where's Tristan? Because we need the last piece of the puzzle." And then Tristan immediately on cue, literally drops in because he clearly drops in because he's rubbing his ass because he fucking fell on his ass when he jumped in. And we get a nice shot of the storm. And then now we're back to the original timeline. So original timeline, Chloe and Pixie are here, and then they're like, okay, with obviously we have to hold hands because physical contact has already been established for being able to like share your power and like experience what the person with powers is experiencing thing. So Pixie and Chloe um, hold hands, and then Chloe, wait, they're feeling something, and they're like, okay, would we can't see anything, and Pixie's like, we'll know what's going on in a minute, and then Pixie in the Rachel timeline does the same thing, grab Chloe's hand, and then Tristan is like, you feel it, and Max is like, yeah, and obviously Chloe is able to see everything now because of Pixie, and it's like, yeah, it's working. And then they get up on stage, and Tristan is having a little bit of second guessing himself, asking, "What if I run away again?" And Max reassures him, like, "You're not that person anymore. You have things to fight for." And Tristan's like, "Yeah, you've got this." Uh, and he follows up with, "We've got this." And he says, "See you on the other side." And I mean it this time. And then yeah, they start using their powers here. So they got like the little pink little bubble or whatever the hell is going on here. Um, and then meanwhile, in the original timeline, uh, Max and Chloe, um, well, Chloe and Pixie, they see Max and Tristan from the other side. If I could speak, um, and Max with the inner monologue, pretty much saying, I'm not afraid of the storm anymore," which is the you that she's referring to. And then we uh, get into chapter 2, and Max is starting to unravel the storm itself. And Tristan's like, it's working, and well, asking if it's working. And Max was like, yes, I think I'm affecting both storms at once. I could feel the power of them. And Tristan's like, do you think it's enough? Because I'm going to be honest, Max, I don't think I can hold this open much longer. And Max reassures him of like, almost there, but if you need to. And Tristan immediately is like, I'm not leaving. And Chloe obviously notices that Tristan looks kind of bad, and Pixie's like, "Yeah, we know." And Pixie's immediately like, "Do you feel that the rain has?" And then Chloe's immediately like, "Stopped." And Chloe's like, "You're doing it." And Tristan's immediately like, "I that he can't." And Max is like, "Okay, you can let go now." And Max tells Chloe, "Don't you forget me," which uh, which is also, if you remember, a cheeky reference to what original Chloe says to Max if you go with the sacrifice Chloe ending, because she tells Max to don't forget about her at the end before Max jumps into the photo. So it's uh, kind of a reverse of that, where Max here is telling Rachel Chloe, "Don't forget me." So pretty cheeky moment there. Uh, and you could obviously tell Emma and Claudia were very big fans of the original games, with all the very cheeky references and stuff that they've like very thoughtfully put in throughout this comic run. Because a lot of this stuff, like, real dedicated fans like really pick up on. So the fact that they're putting them in here like that is like, oh, you two really know your stuff, don't you? And then Max does it. The storm, well, the storms in this case, since she got rid of both of the storms in the two timelines, is pretty much gone. With original Chloe saying, "Come home to me." Um, Also, yet again, uh, another a double exposure similarity with the climax of the game involves another tornado, just like the climax of the comics here also involves another tornado. Even though the reason for the tornado being in the comics here makes a little bit more sense than than it does in double exposure, to be honest. Especially with the blatant with what Pixie says, with her theory of like, this whole situation started with a storm, so it's kind of appropriate that it has to end with one. Where, as opposed to double exposure, where it just kind of felt like the storm kind of just wanted to cameo in the game and was like, "Hey, I'm here," type of thing. So kind of like, all right, whatever. uh, but in any case, the storm is gone. What was it? They can see Tristan and Max here. Max telling Tristan, "I got you," and then they both kind of poof away. And obviously, original Chloe is going to be is being very worried here, but Pixie, being the voice of reason, being like, "Wait, wait." Um, But obviously, Chloe's emotions are running high, but Pixie is, keeping a hold of her and telling her that she's not on the other side. She is somewhere in between the timelines, which is obviously back at the transect again. So now we're back in the transect, and the popular, well, not popular, the proper version of the transect, when it's not all distorted and fucked up. Because this is what it was like at the end of the first book. So yet again, we got these little uh, uh, windows, as they call them, into different timelines. Most of these are actually memories, really, because you got Pixie, you got the, what was it, the owner of the coffee shop that they frequented, and then you have Zach and Victoria down here. And then you have, what was it, the garage that Chloe works at. Yeah, we got some like random stuff going on over here. Um, and then Tristan, being like, I'm fine, and kind of being kind of shocked of like, oh, so this is what it's like. Um, and Tristan asks, you can enter any of these? And Max is like, I don't think so. Those are lives already being lived. Um, and Max is like, you sure about this? If your power is spent, you'll be. And Tristan says, I'm sure it may not be where I started, but I think it's where I'm meant to be. And then meanwhile, in the original timeline, Pixie sees something and tells her to look, and then we finally get the well earned shot here of Max finally coming back to the original timeline and immediately into Chloe's arms. So that is pretty well earned uh, finale there, and a full circle reference here to both of them looking at their watches and the watches being in sync, and Max and Chloe still not fully believing that any of this is real. They think it, might be a dream, and they go in for the kisses, and then we immediately cut to the radio with the alarm and the news broadcast, and Chloe being waking up in the bed, and Chloe immediately being like kind of disappointed of not another dream, and then she goes to shut it off, and then the radio broadcast starts talking about the storm and being confused that the storm kind of just like disappeared and the weather being crazy. So immediately confirming that it wasn't a dream, the events did just happen. And plus, you know how pissed off you would have made everybody reading these comic books, especially uh, for the past couple of years, because this entire comic book run lasted, I think. How long did the comic book run last? I think it was like 2, 3 years. I believe. Let's see. Yeah, it started November 14th of 2018. The first issue came out, and then the final issue came out in March of 2022. So wow, even longer. So 9, 8, 9, 10. So about like 4 years, about like 4 full years of the comics running. So you know how pissed off people would be if you would have ended it with, "Oh, it was a dream at the end." Boy, people would have brought out their pitchforks and torches and would have been so pissed. But in any event, the festival is obviously going to happen. It's going to be back on because there's no storm. And immediately, Chloe turns around and notices that Max is indeed sleeping right next to her. So obviously, it was not a dream, and everything is completely back to normal. And we get the kiss from the fake out finally, giving everyone a heart attack with the potential this was all a dream moment. That was pretty mean of that was pretty mean and cheeky of Emma to put in there at the end of teasing a very fucked up fake out there. But anyway. So we get the kisses again. Always get the little kisses at the end. Um, and then we jump back to the Rachel timeline and get one last little visual cameo of Steph here. Um, uh, Hold on. There's the beginning of the song here. Boom, 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 boom. Show must go on. And speaking of the thing, get yourself in the mood from high seas and da 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 da. Oh, okay. They're playing the high C song from the beginning of the comic, which is again they say forever is a long time, but I don't hear a word they say. They say forever is a long time, but I guess I must have found a way to bend the rules and surf the tides of time, 'cause forever starts the day I make you mine. Uh, and then the song continues with so much there between us, so much things unsaid. There are words I want to say to you if I could only clear my head. Can we hold onto the past but draw a line? And then we got one last little shot of Chloe and Rachel here, with Rachel getting ready to start the play. Forever starts the day I make you mine. And then the very sweet little kiss of the hand as Rachel goes up to go on stage. Uh, Connections, just a feeling, not something you can hold, but it ripples, sends us reeling, and it's heavier than gold. And when you find it, bind it fast, entwine. Forever starts the day I make you mine. They say forever is a long time, but I don't hear a word they say. They say forever is a long time, but I guess I must have found a way to bend the rules and surf the tides of time. Forever starts the day I make you mine. Oh boy. Oh shit. Ooh, that fun little climax. But we still got two more chapters, and what those chapters are going to be, it's definitely going to hit a lot harder. So, anyway, the festival's over, everything's good, and pretty much going to resolve the hint that they gave so many chapters ago, so many issues ago, of Chloe being in charge of a business and stuff. We're gonna get that reveal, and Max being ready to get back to Seattle, and Chloe being like, "That's not where we're going. We're not going back there." And the high seas obviously know what Chloe's talking about, but they're being cheeky and being like, "Hey, Chloe, you have to catch Max up on everything that's going on." And Chloe being like, "You think I sat alone in that apartment pining for you this whole time? Nope, we're headed somewhere else." And obviously the rest of the high seas teasing her of being like, she does not know. And Chloe being like, "You'll see." Oh, excuse me. And then we jump into chapter 3, and Max being like, I know you said we weren't going back to Seattle, but I didn't expect to be going back to Arcadia Bay." And Max being like, "I can't believe we're here in our Arcadia Bay." And Chloe being like, "Hey, that makes two of us." Also, if you don't know this, I'll call it out right now. Chloe wearing a Lighthouse T-shirt is pretty on the nose and ironic, don't you think? Especially with the metaphor of her being the lighthouse to guide Tristan and stuff, and by extension, like Max, like back to the timeline and between both timelines. Uh, and then Chloe saying, "But it made sense. Staying in Seattle in our apartment, it was hard. Like that whole year had been a dream." And as discussed on the road, Ryan and Vanessa, your mom and dad, which I believe is one of the very few times that Max's parents' names are ever mentioned in any of the Life is Strange stuff, by the way. Being that close to them just got too much. Um, and then Max says, "I can't believe what you had to go through for me." And then Chloe says, "For us." Like I said, at first they believe you'd gone off the grid, but fuck, they're your parents. After a while, of course, it wasn't enough. So, so there I was, posting missing girl flyers again, and it pretty much became my truth until Tristan turned up. But I couldn't handle the sympathy, giving it or taking it. So, um, so anywho, it's all good. I decided to check out the progress being made here, and you just wait now we're here. I have so much too. And then Max grabs her and tells Chloe, no more lies. You don't need to lie anymore. Not to me. I know it hasn't been all good. I still need to work out what to say when I see them. I'm so. And Chloe says, Max, you don't. Do not say sorry again. If we're being all truthful and shit, then yeah, I think I maybe hated you for a little while. Missed you, hated you, missed you, loved you, but you didn't. But you did what you had to do. Don't apologize for that. And another kissy scene. We don't. And then taking off the watches because they don't need them because like Max says, I'm not going anywhere. You're not. And then Chloe cheekily is like, promises, promises, but I'll hold you to it. Come on, I have more to show you. And immediately, Max getting shocked that the diner is completely rebuilt and has subtly been renamed to Joyce's Two Whales Diner. So, in a nice tribute to Chloe's mom, they renamed. Well, they added Joyce's name to the diner. So that's pretty cool. Uh, and then Max obviously asking, did the Prescott Foundation do this? And Chloe's like, no, better than that. We didn't take a penny from the Prescotts. You're looking at a community funded uh, project with rebuilding the diner at the very least. So the entire community of Arcadia Bay chipped in to rebuild the diner on their own uh, without pretty much taking the blood money from the Prescotts. Because at this point, what else are you going to call it? It technically would be blood money at this point. Um, do, 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 do. And then Chloe's like, it was a whole lot of work, but I needed the project. Um, and pretty much going over like, yeah, a bunch of us chipped in. Even the high seas did some charity performances to raise money. And Chloe's like, I was pretty much like the kind of the project manager of it all. And it also helped to get one over on the fucking Prescott, so that was kind of a plus. And then pretty much relaying that a few of us take shifts at the diner, and I guess I'm pretty much like the boss now. And Max is like, of the diner, and Chloe's like, of this. Oh, and then we get a nice better shot of the Lighthouse T-shirt that Chloe's wearing, by the way, which says Florida on it. So it's a nice little souvenir from the Florida trip. And Chloe has started her own. There we go. You can see it here. Her own mechanics business, which is right behind the diner. So it's a part of the diner. Uh, and this one actually says Chloe's Two Whales Garage. So we got a diner connected to a mechanics business now. So we're just connecting everything. And Chloe immediately says, "We'll save the apartment for the rest of the tour." And Max is like, there's an apartment too. And yes, they also built them. They also built a custom apartment attached to the diner and garage for Max and Chloe to live in. So that's pretty sweet. Um, and obviously, Max getting teary eyed at everything that's happening. Um, and then now they go inside the diner. Um, and Chloe just pretty much commenting that Max never went back to Arcadia Bay in the other timeline. And Max was pretty much like, nope, because it wasn't our Arcadia Bay, so I had no attachment to even want to see it at that point. Um, and then reminiscing about the last time they saw the diner in this good of a shape was in the flicker in the first book. And Max noticing the memorial wall that's in the diner, which if well, you can't really see it because the screen is obviously really small. There's a bunch of pictures here with some cameos because we have a picture of Warren, we have a picture of Kate, we have a picture of Kate, Alyssa, and Brooke, which is also a shout out technically to the same picture that you could find. I think in Kate's room. I think Kate has a this exact picture in her room, I believe. And then a picture of Joyce, obviously. A picture of Warren. And then we have a picture of also a reference of Chloe, William, and Joyce, which I believe also this picture was also in Chloe's house at some point. At some point, you could see that picture. I forget which episode you can see it, but it's in the original game. And I think in the corner here, I think this is a picture of. I think there may be a Rachel picture in the corner here. There definitely is a Chloe and Rachel picture down here. So that one's pretty obvious. But yeah, pretty fun little picture cameos here. Uh, Pretty sentimental in a lot of different ways. But Chloe pretty much saying that like a bunch of these photos, some of these photos were some of Max's photos that she took, and then other ones people donated to the for the wall. And obviously Max is gonna touch Joyce's photo, and then finally can break down in tears because, as she says, she can finally grieve for everybody. And obviously Chloe is like, I know. And we got the nice little comforting shot of Chloe holding Max in front of the memorial wall. And obviously they have the little lighthouse uh, at the bottom there. And then we get our final cameo of the run, and it is Alyssa. and she's wearing a Joyce's Two Whales Diner shirt, which she pretty much like works here, so that's kind of fun. Well, she uses the word volunteer, but it's like, girl, you fucking work here, don't you? Like, come on. I'm pretty sure Chloe pays you, so I don't think you're volunteering at that point. Um, and pretty much Alyssa like catching up with Max, and also like thanking Max for being her, as she puts it here, her guardian angel, because you know, saving her in every episode of the original game from getting hit by various things. And then if you do that in all the episodes leading up to the final episode, you could actually save Alyssa's life. So there's that. Also, this does confirm, if Victoria surviving doesn't confirm things either, and William and David surviving from his cameo in Life is Strange 2, no matter what happens, that some people do survive the storm if you let the tornado destroy the town. So for anyone that argues that everyone dies, no, people do survive the storm regardless. Like, yeah, some people die, but not everybody we know from the original game just dies. So, like I said, Victoria proves it, David proves it, and even Alyssa here also proves it. So, there you go. And then we get a nice little hug with Alyssa and Max, and them just catching up, and everything's good, and being like, hey, we'll catch up later. And then Alyssa's about to step on a wet floor and potentially slip and get hurt. But Alyssa notices this time and doesn't need Max to rewind and save her. So, fun little reference there. And then Alyssa telling Chloe that you have a message from Victoria, um, saying that the boys were aboard the pirate ship. So now we're speaking in code and giving each other coded messages now. And pretty much saying get to the gallery ASAP, and to please check your damn cell phone, which is funny. And immediately Max is like, Victoria? Uh, and even Max is like, you and her are friends now? I have so many questions. And Chloe is like, hey, you don't hold the monopoly on having stories to tell. And yes, and we'll get to that. But first, I have to show you the apartment, which is pretty good, which is pretty cool. And yet again, everything's connected to the diner. So when they remodeled and renovated the diner, rebuilt everything, they really added a fuck ton of shit, don't you think? Between an apartment, a garage, boy, the diner really got a supersized upgrade. And then we have this cheeky little reference of Chloe writing her name on the door and waiting for Max to write her name on the door. Uh, and then Max coming full circle and asking her the question, if I could turn it all back, make it like I never left, if I could take away our time apart, and then Chloe immediately answers no. The answer is no. I want to keep all of it. Missing you, needing you, how it felt having you come home to me. I want to keep all of it. And we get a very teary eyed Keithy, very teary eyed Keithy. And Max finally signs her name on the door, which is also a very cheeky reference to Max, Rachel, and Chloe, each signing their names onto the wall of the little shed thing in the junkyard. So, cheeky little reference here, because just like in the junkyard, Chloe and Rachel already had their names written on the wall, and then Max can write her own name on the wall too. So same thing here. Chloe already had her name written, and all Max needed to do was add her name to it. And then we get a passage of time. So we get a time skip where Chloe and Max obviously designed, added the little butterflies and the two little whales and clouds and everything on the door. And then to confirm the time period that we're in now, Chloe is now in her long green haircut that she has in Life is Strange 2's cameo photograph that you can see in David's trailer. Well, David's mobile home, I mean. And also Max is also wearing a similar having a similar haircut to what she also has in that same photograph with Chloe. So giving you a nice visual cue of how far we've jumped. Um, which actually isn't that far, because I believe because Life is Strange 2 takes place in 2016. So by the end of Life is Strange 2 in uh in chapter in episode 5, I believe we're already in 2017, I believe. So technically, I believe here we had a about like a 1 year time skip now. So there you go. And pretty much just Tristan. Obviously, Tristan and Lawrence have gotten together, so now they're a couple. And Max is pretty much just getting the rundown on how Tristan and Lawrence kind of got together. So that's pretty funny. Um, sadly, though, sadly, this is also the only kissing moment that Lawrence and Tristan get. Sadly, uh, is just the little peck on the cheek. You think we would get like a at the very least like an actual like kissing scene between the two of them, but I guess not. Sadly, it's like come on, fair is fair, right? You think you'd at least get both, at least give them the one, but we do not. So in any event, do 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 do. So Max is kind of like, oh, okay. And then we get a nice little toast to each other. And then uh, Lawrence and Chloe are just chilling and talking over here. And then meanwhile, Tristan and Max have a private little conversation with each other. And Max is like, any regrets? And Tristan's like, nope. Um, and then we get this funny little meta moment where Max is kind of like, well, other than thinking that I shouldn't have rewound back his accident, nope. And then Tristan's like, two injured Lawrences would have been very confusing. Which, from a reader perspective and a meta perspective, yeah, having Lawrence be injured in both timelines would have made it harder to figure out which timeline we were in. Um, and then here we go. Max says, "Have you been tempted to check back in over there?" And Tristan's like, "No, I'm sure. I'm not even sure I could anymore. For the first time in my life, I feel like I've chosen something, and I'm happy with it." Um, and then Max is like, "I'm glad. I had to answer a lot of difficult questions about my absence. There were a few white lies, yeah. And I think about Chloe, Rachel, the other high C's. I think about them a lot, but I know I'm home." And Tristan said, I asked Pixie about my other possibilities, you know. Max says, oh, and Tristan continues, I think she didn't see them because there weren't any. I think the me you saved is the only one that survived. Uh, and then Max says, Tristan, and Tristan continues, no, Max, it's okay. Thank you. I think it's why I could do what I did. I wasn't bumping into my other possibilities, but it made me wonder if the reason you were able to go there. And Max says, yeah, I worked it out a while ago. Um, a flicker is just a window, a glimpse through a possibility's eyes. To walk through a door, there had to be a space to walk into. Um, and then Max continues, but you know what? It makes the time we shared all the more precious. And Chloe's right. I want to keep all of it. Um, also, um, if you're wondering what Tristan and Max were getting at in that conversation, um, pretty much the Tristan that we know is the only Tristan that is still alive in all the other different timelines. So Tristan is pretty much implying that the reason he was able to jump to different timelines the way he did is because since he's dead in all other timelines, like Max also implies, there's there was pretty much like a vacant space that he could just go in. So, which is also what Max implies, that the reason why she was able to go to the Rachel timeline is because that the Max in that timeline is most likely dead for some reason. And if you're wondering, no, it's not the same Max that was implied to be dead in the first book, where Max and Chloe see a gravestone and stuff with Max's name on it in a flicker. Uh, it's not that, because if you remember that gravestone, the date of it was like way back from when William was in the car accident. So it was like it was supposed to be a flicker of what if for whatever reason Max was in the car with William when the accident happened and both of them ended up dying. Uh, so it's not that Max. It's supposed to be implying that a totally different Max died for whatever reason in the Rachel timeline, and that's why Max was so easily able to completely go in to that timeline in both in mind, body, soul, and everything. So there's that. And then we get to the final chapter, and yet again I would love for this to be like a big poster for me to hang up on the wall because this is really good. This is also a cover that Emma drew herself, because Emma is also not only a writer, she is also an artist. Because I believe she's also done fan art for like Life is Strange stuff before she even uh, got the job to do the the comics to begin with. So um, so it's kind of very sweet to know that this comic series was actually made by genuine fans of the original um, game at the very least. So definitely living a fan's dream, right? Of being a fan of a particular like franchise, and then being able to work on that franchise. If only we could all be so lucky, right? Um, in any case, we begin with Victoria in her art gallery, which also a little funny side note from a visual perspective. The the art gallery here is also similar to the art gallery that Max goes to in the timeline that she wins the Everyday Heroes contest. So kind of a fun little visual callback to that. But in any case, Victoria finishes her conversation, notices Max and Chloe has arrived, and then they're wait for her to finish up and come meet them. Um, and obviously Max having a moment here where she's like, "Oh, this is so weird," and even Chloe's like, "I know, tell me about it," and saying that, "Hey, Victoria's kind of not awful now. She's fine." Um, and then Max obviously pointing out that even she feels the deja vu of this reminding me of a different time that never was. Because remember, Max, you kind of you erased that timeline after you created it. So anyway, so we get a little jokey moment here and everything between the two of them, and then let's see, and then we get another kissing scene uh, with Chloe and Max, and then Victoria respectfully interrupts, and then they meet up, and Victoria, excuse me, like, I'm not even gonna ask where you been all this time. Don't worry about it. And Victoria's like, I think all of us who made it out had to find our own places to run to for a while. Um, do. So, in any way, they finally take a seat, and Victoria um, tells Max face to face about her idea with giving Max the gallery space, um, and saying that Chloe kind of already told me, and I've been thinking about it a lot. Um, saying it means a lot to for Victoria to ask, and that she knows uh, how hard this must be for Victoria also. And Victoria's like, yeah, I feel awful for not being at the first memorial, but and Chloe's like, hey, don't worry about it. Um, you weren't you weren't alone in not being there. Um, and Victoria's like, yeah, all right, but better late than never. You know. Um, and Max saying, if all this time away has proven anything to me, it's that you can't force things, least of all acceptance. And then this little funny exchange with Victoria saying, "When did you ever get so wise?" And Max is like, "I've always been wise. You were just too busy telling me to go fuck your selfie to notice." Chloe laughing, and Victoria groaning and face planting on the table, being like, "Oh, I was awful." And then Max supportingly saying, "Hey, most of us were, but you were catchy with it." And then Chloe also supportingly being like, "Hey, I was definitely in Club Awful for a while." And then Max saying, "We were kids. There was so much we didn't know." Uh, and then saying I think the exhibit is a great idea, and she's down and to be in it. But Max does not want any credit for the photos. Which Chloe is like, "You sure?" And Max is like, "Yeah, I'm sure." And Victoria's like, "Hey, that's entirely your call. I respect your choice." And Max is like, "Just to give me a little time uh, to find the right photos to to use." So now Max and Chloe are going through the photos and stuff. Uh, and Max being like, "Hey, I'm surprised you didn't that you were able to move all of my stuff here with you." And Chloe being like, "Hey, what else was I gonna do with it, right?" Um. Uh. Plus, she's like, "Hey, plus you would have gone mental if you found out I like got rid of all your stuff when you got back." Um. And then Max being like, "It's weird. For a while, I didn't want to look at these again. They just hurt too much. But now I'm so glad to see them. We're never getting them back, and I'll never not feel the stab when I think of of it all. But I owe it to them to remember." Uh, Also, there's some fun cameos in some of these photos. Like this photo here is what was it, Kate, I believe. So you can kind of see some cameos in some of these photos. Even Nathan is in one because this is Nathan and Warren. This is Warren here. Also, this is a dang it, go away. Okay. I can't point to it because the thing will pop up. See, it pops up every time I try to move the cursor to it. But if you can't really see it, but right underneath this photo of Kate, over here slightly, the photo that's in this direction, uh, is a cheeky reference to one of the secret photos that the collectible photos that Max can take in the original game, uh, where you have to take a picture of the guy that fucks up doing the skateboarding trick, and then you have to take a picture of him in pain on the ground. So they also included that photo, which is pretty funny. It's a funny little reference there. Um, and then we get the important sentimental moment here, which who's picking up the photo? Who's picking up the envelope? Is it Max? Oh no, it's Chloe picking up the photo. Okay, I mean picking up the envelope. So Chloe says, "I don't remember this being in here. Dear Max, Rosemary." Which, if you remember, with Max and Rachel's conversation several issues ago, where Rachel says Rosemary for remembrance during her whole like planting seeds for uh for Rachel, so Rachel is remembered and stuff. There's the full circle reference for that. And Chloe rightfully saying, "Who the fuck is Rosemary?" And then Max also remembering Rosemary for remembrance. And then they open up the envelope. Obviously, there's a bunch of pictures in it. And then the shocked look on both of their faces And then there you go. It's the photo of all three of them at the Grand Canyon during that moment. And obviously, Max is kind of speechless, and there's also a letter attached to it. And then Max reads the letter, um, which was written by Rachel Chloe, and probably also co-signed by Rachel herself too. And it says, "Figured it was worth a shot having Hermes, aka Tristan, try to smuggle this back there for you. Lots of love to you, both." Uh, both referencing Chloe and, well, original Chloe and Max. Rachel, signed Rachel, and not your Chloe, but still your Chloe. Um, and then obviously Chloe having a fucking moment here, saying "oh fuck," and saying, "I mean, it's one thing hearing it from you. It's another thing. It's another. I mean, seeing it." And then Max saying, "Are you okay? I had no idea this was here." And then Chloe saying, well, tearfully, saying, "I'm happy, Max. Somewhere out there, Rachel fucking lived her life, and you got to meet her." And Max saying, "I did." And then Chloe jokingly undercutting the moment, being like, "And I still look hot with blue hair. I mean, that's what's really fucking upsetting me." And then Max following up with, "Hey, you look hot, whatever color your hair is." Ah. And then Chloe blatantly saying, "Well, these definitely can't go into the exhibit. It'd be fun explaining that one away." And Max saying, "Yeah, yeah, no. Like so much pirate booty, they should be buried away." Yeah, glad we got to see them though. Uh, Thank you, Tristan. And then obviously Max uh, uh, says, "Arcadia Bay is more than a storm. It's more than the people we lost. And my photos have no right to be its only voice. Look at what you've done here, Chloe. What the community has done." And obviously, she needs to give Victoria a call. Um, and then we're at the final climactic scenes here, um, with Victoria, you know, uh, uh, being glad that everyone's here, which is pretty much the theater group also is here, because I remember these two ladies from the theater group in like a previous issue, and thanking everybody. The like drinks and everything is there, and Victoria obviously being extremely nervous, and Zach is helping work the event here with the drinks and everything. So that's pretty cool. And Victoria thanking him for helping out, and Zach's like, "Hey, no problem. What are unemployed actor friends for?" And thanking the high seas and everything. and everything's pretty much good here. We set up the kit for the after show, so obviously they're going to be performing afterwards, and telling Victoria telling them that they appreciate them being a part of this, uh, even though they're not from Arcadia Bay. And Dex is like, "Hey, we wouldn't miss this." Obviously, because they're supporting Max and Chloe, so obviously they're gonna be here. And then we get a final Steph mention where Pixie is being asked by Dwight here, is Steph gonna join us? And Pixie says, no, she never responded to my messages about this. She's just not ready. And then Tammy says, she'll get there. Which, if you haven't noticed, if you didn't catch it, uh, the reference to Steph here being not ready to um, uh, do the whole like memorial thing and dealing with the consequences of the storm and all that stuff, is a reference to the Wavelength DLC, which primarily has a section where Steph actually addresses and deals with the Arcadia Bay um, storm situation and things. So, depending on your choices, depends on what she's going to be dealing with in reference to Arcadia Bay. So, so that's referencing the fact that you know that she doesn't properly deal with it and address it until the Wavelength DLC. So, kind of establishing more of where in the timeline everyone is at the moment. And then finally, Chloe and Max get here. We also have Alyssa here. Um, and then they're all good, being like, and then Chloe is like, there's someone I know wanted to be here, and I wondered if you were up for going to visit. And then Max is like, of course, we can go visit him whenever you're ready. Um, which also, if you didn't catch this, the him that they're referring to is David, and pretty much planning out going to see David. Um, so pretty much the events, um, the full events of Life is Strange 2 has not happened yet. So they're pretty much setting up them going to visit David and then eventually taking a picture there, which is the picture that you could find in David's trailer. So they're pretty much a mobile home, and they're setting that up here. So, connecting, pretty much connecting everything together here. So in any event, Chloe goes to get some drinks. Tristan boozed himself in. Um, but Tristan's like, hey, I actually just walked through the door. I didn't even use my powers. Uh, so obviously Tristan comes with Lawrence, and we're all good. Um, And then obviously Chloe over here busting Lawrence's balls over here, giving him a fucking noogie over here. Um, uh, and then we get this cheeky little funny reference here where Tristan is like, "Hey, I want to go surprise Pixie," and Max is like, "You know that's literally impossible because remember, Pixie's power, I can see all the different possibilities, so she's always gonna see him coming no matter what." And Tristan's like, "Hey, I'm gonna keep trying anyway." um, and Tristan telling Max one final time that you did so much more than just save me. You know that, right? And Max was like, without you and Pixie, I couldn't have gotten back here. And Tristan, you know, being a little tongue in cheek here, sure you could have. You're super Max. And Max following it up with a catch you later, Hermes. And also the fact that Max is wearing a blue butterfly necklace at this point is also really, really sweet. So you got the butterfly, the blue butterfly necklace, and you also got your blue butterfly tattoo on your wrist. So having the full pair all over is pretty good. And then Max uh, being told by Victoria if you're ready to make your little speech, and then Chloe obviously being like, "Hey, a kiss for good luck," and Max saying, "We got this," and then Max saying here, saying, "Hello, my name is Max. I just recently I came home. That's something that a lot of people we care about will never get to do again. And I spent the last couple of years trying to process that. I think on some level, whatever I tell myself, I was running away. And you know what? I'm glad I did. It's what I to needed to see who I am, what I want, and what I lost. On arriving home and seeing Arcadia Bay as it is now, it was clear to me that some people chose a different way to work through the tragedy. They built, they preserved, they they strode, they took the wreckage that I was running from and they made something beautiful from it. It's that spirit which we wanted to bring to the exhibit that we're all about to see. A collection of shared memories that can take us on a journey back and also pave the path ahead. We mourn and we always will. But Arcadia Bay isn't just a place and it isn't just a storm. It's the people who made up and make up the town. It's what they build and what they built and what they build. It's the sacrifices made and how we make them count. Those the the winds the wind didn't take its those the wind didn't take it scattered. I was one of them. I was lucky I found my way back. Though I still have a journey ahead of me, and maybe I always will, I know there are others out there. We know that wherever you are, you'll always carry Arcadia Bay with you. And then obviously Victoria being like, that was beautiful. and then Victoria. Ironically, Victoria is the one that closes out the entire comic book actually, because she continues and says, and now, in honor of the annual candlelight vigil held in the town itself, we invite you to join us in lighting a flame that we walk as we walk to the main event, to home, and to those who never made it back, and to the sacrifices made and how we make them count. And that is it. That is the end of the original comic run, and also from the free comic book day issue, we also had a quick uh, little prequel comic to Life is Strange: True Colors, where Alex is getting on the bus uh, to go to Haven Springs and meet up with her brother Gabe and everything. And just a quick little thing uh, where she interacts with a couple of people on the bus and kind of feel their emotions and kind of talk with some of them and uh, help them with some of their problems, like talk through some of their problems. It's a pretty quick little thing. It's a pretty nice little thing, not entirely relevant to the main story here, but a nice little quick little story to just set up Alex ahead of True Colors. So nice little thing here. In any event, also the main reason why I'm just cutting through this is because I'm severely fighting a bunch of tears coming out of my eyes right now from the end of the main story here. But in any case, obviously Claudia's sketches, this time with Steph and Alex here, and some alternate covers, and pretty much that is it. Where's the how do I what is he library? There you go. Okay. Okay, so there you go. Alrighty. So let me. Oh, oh. All right, let me go to full screen real quick. Oh boy. Um. Before I continue, I will be right back. Gotta take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Anyway, uh, okay, so, uh, so now we are finally gonna get to the big main event here, where, um, here we are, where are where are they going to land? Any, uh, any guesses where some of these characters are going to land? Because I think some of these characters, based on clearly what I've been saying over the past couple of videos as we've been running through the comics and going through the different character like moments and stuff for all of these. I think it's kind of obvious where some of these characters are gonna go. Um, so, oh boy. Um, let's start with Victoria real quick. Where is this version of Victoria gonna land? Um, let's see. Let me see who's up here. Hmm. As I'm looking here. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Here we go. I think I know where this version of Victoria is gonna go. Oop, I went too far down. Went too far up. There you go. Boom. Boom. Yep. I I said it. I dropped it. Uh, Comic Victoria is gonna be joining everybody else in S tier. Uh, I think it's pretty obvious why Victoria is in S tier with everything that I've been saying about her. The extremely meaningful character development and everything uh, that she had, even though she was only in the comic book for what was it? The last two books? Was it two books or three books? I believe. But considering she was only in it for almost about like half of the story of the overall story of the whole thing, uh, her moments were very like meaningful for like her character and how much she developed with all the self reflection that she had, the genuine offers and stuff that offer that she makes to Max, and trying to counter the what the Prescotts were doing with like a genuine like memorial thing for everybody is pretty sweet and everything that they were that she was doing. So this her the comic version of Victoria here is pretty much the ultimate culmination of everything that she went through from the original game. Especially if you go by the best uh, route that you could take with Victoria, it definitely uh, brings all of it full circle, and gives her herself as a character um, some actual closure in like everything. So uh, really good, and Emma, from a writing perspective, really gave a character that was very easy to hate because that's what she was in the original game. She was supposed to be the character that you could easily hate, right? Because she's Max's bully and like all that stuff. Like very easy to hate her. But to take that and take all that development from the original game and build so heavily on top of it in such a meaningful way, like how can you how can you not like appreciate and like admire how Emma was able to even do that? So, because clearly, considering where video game Victoria landed, it's not like I'm the biggest like Victoria fan in the world. But reading the comic books certainly made me a huge fan of this version of her. So that is pretty clear. All right. Uh, let's go with the two uh, exclusive comic book characters. So we'll go with Pixie first, and I will put Pixie. Um, let's see. I'll put Pixie. To be honest, I'll put her. Hmm. I do want to put her in A tier, but I'm trying to figure out where in A tier I would want to put her. Because remember, she's also the only member of the High Seas that's actually important to the story itself. Uh, um, yeah, hey. Oh, thank you for the follow. Always appreciated. Um, okay, where's Pixie gonna go? Uh, hmm. Well, right now we're just doing because we're just doing the tier list right now. Um. Okay. Yeah. I'm comfortable with this. I'll put Pixie right behind Steph. Ironically, right behind Before the Storm Steph and Forget Me Not Steph. Um. Which which to be fair, I think that's a pretty fair spot for Pixie, considering Pixie is the one that uh, taught Steph how to play the drums. So Pixie being Steph's teacher is kind of funny. Um, well, not getting into specifically where I'm from, but I am on the East Coast. So um, let's see. So that's where Pixie is. She's a pretty fun character. Not really. She doesn't really have like the traumatic baggage that a lot of other. Oh well, thank you for being understanding with that. Um, well, yeah, I am the well to be a little bit more specific. I am from the U.S. and I do live on the East Coast of the U.S. So that's specifically what I meant by when I said U.S. The East Coast. I meant the East Coast of the United States. uh, um, but yeah, so Pixie is yet again she doesn't have like the baggage of traumatic experiences like a lot of the uh, people with powers that Life is Strange generally have. Because, um, oh, oh, you're referring to Behind Me. Um, well, these aren't books behind me. These aren't books behind me. These are a bunch of like anime Blu-rays and DVDs and stuff behind me. I do like books and stuff though. Um, I do love books and stuff though. Like obviously, because I was just going through the Life is Strange comic books just now, so that way we could rank where the comic book characters go. Um, you can't see it because of where the camera is, but uh, the bookshelf on the you could kind of see a little bit of it, but the bookshelf to the side over here, all the way down, uh, it's that's where like all my books are on the other side. So I have like a couple of bookcases like all over the place with a bunch of different stuff. So as I said, behind me is like all my anime and stuff. My books are all over here, and then like in front of me, behind the camera and everything, I have bookcases like filled with like all my games and everything, and like my movies and like TV show like bookshelf with like all the other stuff. So yeah, I have a lot of I have a lot of entertainment media all around me. uh, but yeah. Um, so Pixie is a good character. I really like her 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 power of being able to see into different possibilities in different universes is also really cool. But oh you've been thinking of doing some streaming too, Lily, right? So yeah, it is true. Trying to do streaming and work and doing like work, like having a traditional like 9 to 5 job is really cool. Um, technically, you're asking if Pixie was my favorite character in the. Well, if you can see this tier list, I think it's pretty obvious who my favorite character as far as Life is Strange goes is, especially considering kind of how I'm dressed right now and the shirt that I'm wearing. So I think that is pretty obvious. um, but yeah, Pixie is a easy uh, rank up there. Um, and then next we will do Tristan because he's the other. Um, let me see. You said Lily said yeah, but I should try doing some streaming. It's sometimes can't manage time. Um, what do okay? You say what do I do besides streaming? Well, primarily what I do is I take care of my parents primarily because my parents are like older and stuff. Like they're already both of them are already getting close to like 70 at this point. So as you get older, you get like issues and stuff. So I pretty much help them with that, with like the various like ailments and stuff that they have, and help them like do various things and stuff. Cause I live with them. Cause to properly take care of them, I do have to live with them. So that's primarily what I do. So when I'm not, um, yeah, exactly. Ex- Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like it's not just a nice thing to do. It's also like the right thing to do because how I see it is if your parents genuinely like take care of you and stuff when you're when you're a kid, like when you're a baby and all that, if like they genuinely like raise you and stuff and nurture and take care of you, if they genuinely do that during the course of you growing up, then it's, it should be, you should also repay that in kind when they get older. You should, genuinely be like, okay, now it's my responsibility to take care of you now, as you know get older, like that. Like, obviously, that doesn't go for like any of like deadbeat like parents and stuff that can go like fuck off, and they were like very like bad parents and stuff. Like, obviously that doesn't go for them, but I'm speaking for like, you know, uh the genuine parents that actually, do what, parents are supposed to do. So, but yeah, so that's primarily what I do when I'm not streaming. That's what I'm doing. Cause I take care of everything. I take care of like finances when they're if they need to go to like medical appointments and stuff. I generally like go with them and stuff, and keep track of like their doctor appointments and all that stuff. Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. That's the like you said, Lily, like you're doing really great. That's exactly what we all should do. Most of the time, we leave them in old folks' homes, thinking they're a burden. And when I saw these things in it really breaks my heart. Yeah, I know, cause for me, that's technically what um. Oh, no, no, no. It's fine. It's fine. You're not. It's fine to be emotion. Being emotional is fine. That's completely welcome here. Like, the Lord knows. Um, I've had several emotional moments when I'm like on screen, when I'm doing, if I'm playing like different games, and there's like genuine like emotional moments and stuff that happen. I'm not afraid to like express that and stuff on screen and stuff. So there's no there's there's no judging or anything when it comes to that. It's fine. I've already share my uh plenty of tears and stuff during the course of me going through the comics and stuff. So uh going through all of this, so it's completely fine. But going back to what you said earlier with the uh hey, it's fine. Most of what I've been doing here with with this tier list and stuff is pretty much like yapping and stuff anyway. Yeah, thank you, Try. Yes, we've we've had feels for sure. Yeah, yeah, we've had. Um, but going back to what you said earlier with leaving your like parents and stuff as they get older in like old folks home and things like that. Um, I technically have experienced that already because my grandmother was had to be put in a old folks home for the last I think like 2 years of her life. And I was really young at the time, so unfortunately I didn't really have like the means to really like fight to for her not to be there. But even though she was in the old folks home, we always made it a point to like visit her and spend time with her and like stay there for like several like hours and stuff, like a week and things to make sure that she knew that just because she's in there, we didn't like forget about her or care for her or anything, and not care for her and stuff like that. Because I even surprised her a couple of times, um, where I would go and I would bring like my friends and stuff with me, to see her, which she always like really really enjoyed, especially since like a bunch of my friends that I took with me to go see her were always like over my house and would always like she would always see them when they would come and visit me and hang out with me and stuff, and we would all like interact and stuff together. So she always enjoyed uh like seeing them and whatnot. So I definitely know what it feels like to have somebody you really like, really love and stuff, having to be in an old folks home, unfortunately, for various reasons. So I definitely know what that's like. So, ooh, yeah. So getting back to um, who was it? This tier list here. um, so Tristan, I would put in. That is not the exact spot I want to put him in, but okay. Um, I would put him. I would put Tristan next to Pixie. Um, yeah, 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 that's fine. Try good. Have a nice sleep. I'll cause I'm pretty much like wrapping it up myself. Cause once I finish ranking everybody else down here, I'm pretty much gonna turn it in myself. So so there's not much longer left. So yeah, Tristan, I'll pretty much put him here. I really like his well, just like Pixie, I like their backstories, their explanations on how they got their powers and all that stuff. Tristan is really good. Um, oh, how do I uh Lily, you're asking me how do I uh think about streaming? Um, well, yeah, like I said, once I'm done ranking everyone here, then I'll finish up the video. but I enjoy streaming so far. Yeah, I enjoy streaming. Um, I enjoy the community and stuff that I've been lucky enough to be a part of and build with like everybody. So I can't complain about how it's been going at all. I really can't. Um, so yeah, um, Tristan's really fun character. Really love him. Uh, especially his development and everything. His invisibility powers uh, could have been boring, but how they use his invisibility powers, I really enjoyed. Especially with Pixie, like how they used their powers combined with like Max's powers was really creative on how they did all of that. So so he's definitely good. Um, the only real difference between Pixie and Tristan for me is conceptually, I really like Pixie's powers more than Tristan's from a base level. Like their base uh, power powers, I enjoy. I like Pixie's a little more. But other than that, Pixie and Tristan are pretty even. And then now we get to the Trinity down here. Um, I do have I do have a Discord. I don't know if it's in the description, but you can easily find me on Discord if you search me. If you search me, you can easily find me. Uh, I have the same logo and stuff across all my social medias, so it should be very easy to find me. Uh, just when you just when you do find me and shoot me like a message or something, just let me know. Just remind me who you are and stuff, so that way I know. Um, but yeah, so we're gonna go with Rachel. So Rachel from the comic books. This is very easy. This is a very easy, very easy to plant. Bam, immediately. Comic book Rachel jumps all the way at the tippity top already. Oh, let me. If you already did it, let me just quickly check real quick. As long if it'll like load up on my phone already. But anyway, um, where's my? Uh, you try coming up with my nicknames all over the place. Um, this goes to show how much um This goes to show how much I use. This okay? You said your name. That's the same username and logo. Okay. Where? I keep forgetting. Where the hell do my friend requests go? What can I say? I'm nothing if not a meme. Where? Ooh, what was that? Oh, wow. Now I get that. Let me. Okay. Where do I find? Okay, I have no. Where do I go for friend request? For friend requests, where do I see that? Because I don't see. You know what? I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna type it out here. Hmm. Let me see. Uh. There we go. I was like it was searching for the wrong thing. Um, that's what I was trying to check. Uh, there we go. Wait, why isn't I'm trying to? There we go. Where's let me see. Mm, no. Okay, I have no idea. Oh, okay. Let me see. Add a username. Add. Um, oh, okay. 0. Oh, why is it not? This goes to show how much I use Discord. Really, that I can't even figure out like, where the hell any requests and stuff come in on. Yeah, I am not. I am horrible at this. Yeah, see, try. You're gonna. That's exactly how I feel. I have no idea, like I'm over here trying to figure it out, and I'm like, I don't even know where the hell I am. Yeah, because I'm like, I was able to get certain friend requests through, and I'm like, I'm not seeing any notifications, which is weird. So I'm like, I have no idea uh, how this is even working. Yeah, because because I know you're saying you're seeing like the request, yeah, but I'm not seeing a uh no because I'm not seeing a notification, which is weird. Let me try closing it out and then reloading in. It is so weird because I'm saying add. Um, yeah, and it says add by username, right? And then it's not. Okay. So you said go. Okay, click profile. Go to the bottom. Friends. Oh, wait, I think I see it. Wait. Mm, wait. I don't think. No, I don't. That is certainly not it. Yeah, because that is certainly not it. That is definitely somebody else. Oh, there you go. Now I see it. Um. Okay, there you go. I got it. There you go. There we go. We eventually figured it out. There you go. I should. There you go. I sent you a wave, so you should. Yeah, you should receive a little wave just to make sure that it went through. There you go. Okay, good. So now let's get through this. Let's get through this video finally, so I can definitely wrap this up so I can go to bed. I'm gonna. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I see it. I see it. Yep. There you go. I see it. I got you. All right. So let me wrap up. Let me wrap this up. So as I said, Rachel, comic book Rachel, at the tippy top of the list. Um, Pretty much what solidified her for me is obviously this is a evolution of Before the Storm Rachel. So Before the Storm Rachel carries on into comic book Rachel. So, and I really loved, obviously, Before the Storm Rachel. And the only reason I put Before the Storm Rachel in A tier, at the top of A tier, is because I knew where comic book Rachel is going to hit. Um, well, I'll talk on Discord and everything after once I'm done, when I'm done streaming and stuff. Probably not now. Probably later, because currently it is gonna be 3:30 in the morning where I am. So I would like to get this stream. I will. I definitely want to get this stream done so I could at least get some sleep. Uh, I have no idea, to be honest. Um, yeah, but yeah, as I said, Rachel, um, being an evolution and carrying on from Before the Storm Rachel, which yet again I knew comic book Rachel was coming, so I was like, Before the Storm Rachel is just gonna go down a little bit because comic book Rachel is such a drastic improvement that it's just amazing because you still have the camaraderie and the chemistry with Chloe, but then you have the added chemistry with Max, and all those one-on-one moments that Rachel had with Max was way more emotional and impactful than I thought I was gonna get when I originally read the comics, and it means so much. Has so much meaning and stuff behind it that it's just really, really, really good. Like what the comics themselves kind of speak for themselves, don't you think? At this point, like it's just so good. And then we have uh Max herself, and we are going to put um we're definitely gonna put um um so we're going to put Max, comic book Max, at the tippy top. Also, well, currently at the tippy top, right in front of Rachel, and it mainly because she's the everything that she goes through during the course of the whole comic book, having to leave Chloe because of all the timeline pulling stuff, the journey, meeting Tristan, finding out Chloe, all that stuff. Um, finding out that stuff, getting the Pixie thing, the new camaraderie with the high seas and everything. Then getting to know Rachel, Chloe, and Rachel herself, and having that whole dynamic and everything, and then finally getting back to the original timeline with Chloe, and having that moment with Victoria, the reconstructed Arcadia Bay, everything coming full circle and everything with that is just so emotionally gripping, like for me with her and stuff. Um, it's uh, it's really it's kind of hard to put into words. It's just very emotional. Um, oh, excuse me. Especially the whole grieving process and everything with Arcadia Bay getting destroyed, dealing with that in the beginning, and then it coming full circle back in the end with her finally putting that like behind her pretty much by the end, and finally like moving on from it is a really good touch on that one. Uh, and then finally, the blue-haired girl of the hour, which if you couldn't tell, if you couldn't tell, I have to put two versions of Chloe from the comic books, because we have Rachel Chloe, the Chloe from the Rachel timeline, and we have original Chloe with Max. So we're dealing with two different Chloes here. Which one do we start with? Um, hmm. So we're gonna start with um. Um. So yeah. So we'll start with Rachel Chloe, because this one's Rachel Chloe. Chloe A and Chloe 1. That's funny. Um, well, I'm I differentiate them by original Chloe and Rachel Chloe, because that's the deciding factor of the differences between the two timelines is Rachel. So pretty much, since this version of Chloe is with Rachel, then it's only appropriate to call her like Rachel Chloe at this point. So this Chloe, I will give uh it's kind of a no-brainer at this point. Um is uh hmm Um. Let's see where. This is tough. Um. Okay, I'm gonna put Rachel Chloe in between Max and Rachel. Kind of like how they are up here. That clearly was not planned in any way. For me to put Chloe in between both Rachel and Chloe is kind of funny. I mean, Max and Rachel is kind of funny there. Anyway, um, uh, and obviously Rachel Chloe pretty much gets this high because yet again, she's an evolution of exactly. She's exactly try Max, Rachel, and Chloe all together. Yep. Um, she is an evolution of Before the Storm Chloe, but she also clearly has like hints of the original game Chloe also, except without the baggage of dealing with David and all of that stuff. So definitely a a better version of well, a better emotional positive emotionally version of Chloe, definitely. So and the whole dynamic with her and uh, with her and with her and Max and stuff is especially trying to keep uh, Max and Chloe's relationship uh, from becoming like a love triangle type of deal was also very much appreciated that they didn't that the story didn't devolve into that and that they kept it um that they kept it uh that they kept it purely um with the Chloe and Max being friends dynamic, like the bestest friends thing, that they kept their relationship there, especially since Chloe is already in a relationship with Rachel, and they didn't want to get in between all of that. So that is definitely great. Um, and finally, finally, we get to the the final character on this tier list, and that is original uh, Chloe. Um, yes. Anything. Um, give me the stick 'em up. Yes. Lily. Anything you want to show, you can. I'll check it out on Discord and stuff after stream. Like I said, um, it's probably also I'm probably not gonna see or respond really until next until uh like tomorrow morning afternoon, because like I said, once I finish this I really need to get to bed to get some sleep, because it's already gonna be 4 o'clock in the morning for me, so I really need to get some sleep after this. um but like you said, yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. but but yeah, so um, well, not well, as I said, not now, because I want to finish this out. Um, because I really need some sleep. Um, so like you said, try first. Um, like you said, the legend. Where is it? Last last but not least, the legend herself. Yes. Original Chloe. Last but not least. This I did plan. I did plan for Chloe to be the last one. Um, yeah, yeah. As I said, once I get the free time, I'll check it out. Um, but in any case, original Chloe here. Uh, I will. This this is really gonna shock everybody. Like, this is certainly gonna shock everybody. Obviously, she's gonna go immediately on the top tier. The the fact that she um yeah, exactly, try. I can't believe it. Like the fact that she um went through everything that was happening, the fact that she like emotionally went through everything that she went through, went back to Arcadia Bay, helped rebuild the town, rebuild the diner, literally build an entire life for Max to come back to. It's like, what can I really say about all of that? Meeting the dynamic with Pixie, with Tristan, the rest of the High Seas, uh, Victoria, everything going on with that, like Like it's just what more full circle what more full circle character development can you really give by that point? I think Emma I think Emma very well covered so many of the bases, so many of the bases, and really clearly understood Chloe as a character than a lot of other people really get, really. Cause let's be honest, a lot of a lot of people like really misunderstand and mischaracterize Chloe a lot, and um, some of it is very misplaced and misunderstood in a lot of ways, and some of it is just to hate. Like some of it is just like to hate, and they just see the surface level character, and nobody bothers to dig any deeper and um find any like substantial meaning and stuff within that. No problem, no problem. I'll certainly let you know when I can get to it. Thank you for your thank you for the company too. Thank you. Um, so so Chloe is definitely a thing, and as always, it's no real surprise that Chloe and Max are next to each other. Oh, hey, you don't have to hey, you don't have to get emotional. It's fine. It's good. I didn't I didn't mean I don't know what I did to do that, but yeah, it's fine. You're good. You're good. Oh, thank you. Try sending them the hugs, sending them the huggies. Exactly. Um, but yeah, as I was saying, it's no surprise that Chloe and Max are together. Um, is because you cannot have you can't have Chloe without Max, especially in the original game. Especially in the original game, you can't have the game does not work. The game does not work without Chloe and Max together. If one of them is not there, then the entire game falls apart. The game lives and breathes because of the dynamic of those two characters. So even within the comics, the same thing applies. Both of them need each other. both of them complete the other. Both of them make each other better. Well, oh, that's weird. Mm, I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna work digitally. I don't know digitally how that's gonna work. Sending me digital food is gonna be hilarious. um, but yeah, it's uh it's like, yeah, what more can I say? Uh, you try and you'll get the food and send 7 to 10 business days. uh, by that point, I think the food will be like unedible at this point. but uh, but yeah, it's it's no contest. Plus, it's also appropriate that, ironically, at the top of the list, we have both. At the top of the list, we pretty much have like all the couples, we have all the couples pretty much together at the top of the list here because we have original Max and Chloe in the comic books, and then we have Rachel and Chloe and from the comic books, and then we have original Max and Chloe from the comic. I mean, from the original game, and then we have uh, Steph and Alex from True Colors also together. Clearly, I didn't plan any of this from the very beginning. As I say in my very scheming hand movements and tone of voice. If I send it to you, then you have to eat it. Hey, if it gets here and it's like rotten and I can't, then I'm not really gonna be able to eat it. But in any case, um, but yeah, so that will be the finalization of this. Well, obviously, well, as I said, even if you could send the food, I don't think it would be edible by the time it even gets here. And considering how mail works where I'm at, and the fact that they like lose things and things like that, it's crazy. Oh yeah, we did do it. Try, we did do it. All of the characters from the very bottom all the way to the top. Which yet again, the only characters and stuff that we were unable to include in this list are the novel characters. So we were not able to include the novel characters. So, uh, but yeah, it's when you guys call. I'll sure wait. That's funny. Uh, yeah, I know. Yeah, definitely be able to call, right? But yeah, look at this list. Maybe actually hold. I'll I'll save that thought for the final list. But yeah. So this is the end of the character tier list, but there is one final list. Because remember, it all started with the soundtrack tier list, and then it continued with the episode tier list. And then we finally did the long road with the character tier list. So there is one last tier list that we have to do. One last one. And that is the full package tier list. Taking everything from the previous tier list, putting it together, and deciding where the full packages land. So we looked at the individual pieces, and now we need to put all those pieces together and decide where the full package is going to hit. And also to make things uh, thank you, Lily. You too. Have a good night. Have some good eats, and have some pleasant and sweet dreams. And thank you for stopping by. Um, so the little surprise that we have here for the final tier list, if you can see, uh, yeah, definitely. I'll catch you later. um, as you can see in this final tier list, I'll zoom in. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see it better. If you can see, there are a couple of new spots, a couple of new things that we didn't address, and we're gonna address the remastered collection, and more importantly, we're gonna address the novels. So we're gonna address the Steph Story novel, and we're gonna address the Heat Waves novel. So we're gonna have some fun discussions, placing the full packages of everything on one final big tier list to rank everything as a full package and see if the full package is better than the sum of its parts, or was the parts of it better than the full package itself. So stay tuned for that. So let me go full screen here. Um, so with that setup for what the next exactly try exactly. So the overall rankings, yes, because that was the plan from the very beginning. Was because this was the plan from the very beginning of the tier lists when I was doing them. Was it was all gonna culminate in a full package tier list of bringing everything together. This was always the plan. This was always the setup. Surprise. So so there you go. That gives you an idea of what's gonna come next. Um, Probably that tier list is going to be a lot quicker since we already did so much of the heavy lifting and discussion. Um, uh, like already, so it's gonna be a very quick a quick-ish cliff notes overall discussion of everything. So um, the more thing that's going to get uh, the most discussion out of all of that is most likely going to be the novels because we haven't talked about the novels so far. So that's probably where a lot of the discussion is most likely going to come from is the novels. So so that is definitely something to keep in mind. And with that, with all of that setup out of the way, as always, thank you, Try. As you said, I look I look forward to seeing where each installment ranks overall. Yes. Um, as always, I've been Jr. Thank you all for watching, and I will catch you all in the next one. Later.